my screen shows 55 as the first one.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. AYDA is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, AYDA aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, AYDA has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the AYDA journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, AYDA has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but AYDA has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With AYDA going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the AYDA family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AYDA Awards International Finale 2021-2022. I'm Brandon. I'm part of the organizing committee and your moderator for the next 2 days. We'll start the grand finale with the architectural category today, and then followed by the interior design category tomorrow. The theme of the year, Forward, Amplifying Empathy Through Design, illustrate the challenges of designers for today and tomorrow. Designers of today have to deal with challenges our predecessors have never met, especially with the pandemic going on, coming and going. We live in a world that there are too many noises in design, and it gets harder and harder to stand out in the world of spatial design. At the same time, designers are burdened with having to strike a balance between commercial and environmental values as they deploy their ideas. The role of designers of tomorrow has to be defined with a clear vision. Designers are no longer just providing a framework for the hardware aspect, the people aspect of the space, but they need to think about how people would interact with the space, which is what we call software of the space. So the challenge of this year requires our finalists to give us an approach to incorporate design thinking and a lot of other considerations of empathy into the space that they design so that they can fulfill the needs of both people and the environment. We have a total of 15 finalists for the architectural category, and they've all come a really long way since the first day that they submit their design. And through months and months, some almost 1 year worth of hard work and dedication, they are now ready to present to the world. So the prizes for the architectural category include the Nippon Paint Color Award, the Best Sustainable Award, the Best Design Impact Award, and also the AYDA Designer of the Year, worth up to 10,000 USD, and with an all expenses paid to the Design Discovery Program at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our judges. For the AR category, I have Architect Izumi Ismail, Director of Architect MAA Sandiran Berhad, Architect Kazuma Yamal, Founding Partner of YY, Architect Nicholas Ho, Chairman of Ho and Partner Architects, Architect Paul Tange, Chairman of the Tange Associates, Architect Ravi Sarangan, Director of Edifice. So it's going to be a long and exciting day ahead. So I'm just going to go very quick so that we can get our day started. So the time allocated for presentation is 15 minutes. Our finalists will hear a bell at the 12th minute and the second bell at the 15th minute. Presentation that requires translation support will be done simultaneously with an interpretation button on Zoom for our judges. As for the Q&A, we have a total of 15 minutes, where we have the first bell at the 12th minute and the second bell at the 15th minute. So let's get to it. Judges, are you guys ready? Yeah, wonderful. So with that, let's see if our first, I speak so fast, it's not 10 a.m. yet. Let's see if our, let me see if Shona is in. Okay, Our finalist is in. The first finalist of the day is Shodai Fujimoto from the Tokyo University of Arts. He's from Japan, and his project is called Rehearing Myself. Over to you guys.
Brendan, can you mention the ID number?
Oh yes, ID number 26 for judges' reference.
Thank you.
I will mention more moving forward. Thank you, Izumi.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. So hello, my name is Shodai from Japan. I'll begin my presentation. Do you hear me? Empathy. I will begin by tracing the etymology of this word. Empathy is a translation of German word Einfühlung, which means emotion transference. This translation is too strongly emotional, so the term self-transference is used in psychology. Self-transference is the act of transferring oneself to an object in order to feel the emotion of the object. For example, one can transfer oneself to another person who is feeling sad, and then feel sad too. What is important in this process of self-transference is that in order to transfer oneself to the other person, it is necessary to detach oneself from oneself. In other words, to objectify oneself. Only when we objectify ourselves can we transfer ourselves to the other person, and then we can begin to feel the other person's emotion. From the above, it can be said that self-objectification is at the core of empathy. Incidentally, it was Sigmund Freud who advocated the existence of the superego in the field of psychoanalysis. The superego is a critical punitive function that exists in our consciousness, presented primarily as a feeling of guilt. The existence of the superego, which is presented as being able to treat the ego like an object, shows that we are capable of self-objectification. So, what practically triggers and how do we self-objectify? I believe that self-objectification occurs when we listen to ourselves. If we think about the relationship between sound and space, we can begin to imagine different experiences. For example, we usually live our lives listening to the sound made by others. But if there were circular space, what we would hear from behind a curve is the sound we just made. This video is a circular space model where the sound waves are replaced by water waves. As you can see, the waves go around the circle and return to their sources. Hearing to one's own sound as if it were someone else's sound. This would work through hearing to the superego, which performs self-objectification. In response to this idea, I wanted to explore self-objectification by hearing to oneself. To do this, I propose an experimental circular house. I will now explain the specific configuration of this space. This is a view cut parallel to the circumference. The roof and basement of this space are elliptical in shape. If you consider the geometry of ellipse, it has two focal points. When thinking about sound, an elliptical space has the property of sound arising from one focal point and then gathering at the other focal point. By overlapping the ellipses in a series of focal points, The cross-section is made to reflect sound smoothly and continuously. This is a cross-sectional view cut across the circumference. The roof and basement made from 300 mm thick RC construction with sufficient density to prevent sound absorption. The floor is made of steel mesh to allow sound to pass through. In plan view, the glass is fitted as an acoustic device on the side of the space and arranged in a zigzag manner to avoid multiple reflection or flat echoes. Each section has a window, which can be opened to allow ambient sound to enter the space. As you can see, there are no fixed room names in this space, and the furniture is arranged by the resident according to the sound environment. As you probably know, sound pressure decreases as the transmission distance increases. In this design, I use the relationship derived from this formula for sound pressure and distance, which state that sound pressure decreases by 6 decibel when the distance doubles. Using this principle and a formation spatial configuration, I have designed a circular space of 3 lengths, which are 34 meters, 85 meters, and 340 meters. This will show in concrete terms what kind of sound environment will be created and how self-objectification will occur. First of all, let me begin with a ring with circumference of 34 meters. Its diameter is approximately 10 meters. This is large enough to fit on a typical lot in a residential area. I'm going to play a sound animation, so please listen carefully. As you can hear, the sound returns in the circle in 0.1 seconds. The ring is surrounded by neighboring houses and gardens. Opening a window creates a sound environment where you can hear the sound of the life in the neighborhood, including one's own. This is like saying that the sound you make is part of a quintet organized by the sound of life in the neighborhood. When the window is open, in the morning, you can hear the bird perching on the trees in the yard and the neighbors preparing breakfast. And at night, you can hear the grasshopper chirping and the sound of a dog greeting a neighbor returning home. The composition of the quintet changes throughout the day. Next is a ring with circumference of 85 meters. Its diameter is 27 meters, equivalent to 1 city block. In the surrounding area are adjacent residential areas, commercial areas, parks, schools, etc. The sound is returned in 0.25 seconds. In this space, the sound of life in the city can be heard as the sound of people passing by on the street, cars, children playing in the park, and so on. As you can see, the larger the ring, the wider the area that can take in ambient sound. Here, one's own sound becomes part of a big band composed by the lives of the city's inhabitants. Finally, the ring has a circumference of 340 meters. At this size, a ring spans many different areas in nature, such as forest and oceans, and society, such as residential area and urban area. In other words, this ring can connect the world. In this space, sound returns in exactly 1 second. This is a space where the sound of the natural environment and the sound of human society, in other words, the sound of the world, are reheard. Here, the sound you produce are part of an orchestra composed by the sound of the world. The composition of the orchestra changes with the season For example, in summer, the sound of people playing on the nearest beach could be heard, but in winter, the sound of waves could be just heard. So far, I have described 3 spaces. What is common to all of these spaces is the multifaceted objectification of the self that is created by listening to oneself as part of the shifting sound of the environment. This is a deep self-understanding that cannot be acquired by simply understanding oneself from one direction. And I believe this is an important first step toward empathy, as I mentioned at the beginning. In this design project, I was inspired by a sound experience had in my single room during being in lockdown because of COVID-19. This picture is a view from my single room. There are no people inside, but I could hear the sound of them. Through such experience, I wanted to explore the essence of empathy through hearing in an architectural framework. To do this, I first traced the etymology of empathy and found the self-objectification that is at the core of empathy. And then I translated this into a spatial study, which focused on how spatial experience and self-objectification is amplified through hearing. To summarize, I would like to conclude my presentation by asking the question: in today's information overloaded world, can we say that the deep self-understanding that is created by hearing to oneself is the amplification of empathy? Thank you for your time. I hope you have enjoyed my presentation.
Thank you, Shadai, for your time. Judges, I would like to open the floor for Q&A. Q&A will be done in English and Japanese, so there's an interpretation button. Tech team, I need your help. Can you put it up? Yeah. Judges, anyone would like to start the floor? Do you have any questions for Shadai?
Sorry, I don't have the interpretation thing as yet. Have the other judges got it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Tech team, can you guys help? Yeah.
But I would like to offer my comments beginning,
Sure.
if you don't mind, the other judges.
Yes,
Can I go?
Ravi, the interpretation button is ready. Yeah. Okay, you can start.
Oh, it came in and went.
Okay.
Oh,
Tech
yeah.
team?
Yeah. Not required. Okay. All right.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay. Very, very wonderful presentation. I think as architects, we need to remember that whatever we do, we have to bear in mind the human being at the core. And he's gone deeper into this by actually taking the route, the Zen route, going to the core of empathy, which is brilliant. I think as architects, we need to take forward and dissect a brief to the core, which is what was done brilliantly. And using sound as an emotion and to self-objectify, and then demonstrating it through build forms was, I think, extremely brilliant. I must compliment you for going to the core, just like the way Buddha did, the way Buddha questioned existence. You've gone so deep and really admirable. I really thoroughly enjoyed the exercise that you have taken and made it so simple at the end of the day. Thank you so much for enlightening us.
Thank you for your comments, Architect Ravi. Any questions or comments from fellow judges?
Can I have one simple question?
Of course, Kazuma.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Shoda. It's very impressive presentation, and your concept came from the thinking about kind of like empathy, and the presentation itself it is very beautiful. But I was wondering, the one thing is that because your idea is making like circle to hear the sound, came from that shape, but at the same time you have the windows all around that circle shape is. And you are saying that you can hear the sound from the surroundings. How that environment sounds comes around that structure? I mean, I understand if you enclose all the circle, you can hear the sound happen one point, and that goes this shape and can come back again. But if you open all the windows, the sound comes, from everywhere. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Okay, I can let the interpreter translate the question. Interpreter, are you here? Yeah. Just give me a second. Wait, where's my interpreter? Tech team?
1 second.
Sure. While we're waiting, Kazuma, do you mind asking me the question in Japanese?
Oh, yeah, sure.
While I'm waiting for my interpreter
yeah,
to
that's
come
much
online.
easier.
山本さん、日本語での意味なんとなく分かったので、日本語で今返してみていいですか？
どうぞどうぞ。
周囲の音がどうやって空間に入ってくるかっていうところについての質問ですよね。自分の音が周回することは分かるけど。
要は全部窓開けちゃうとあんまり意味がないんじゃないかっていうシンプルな疑問なんだけど。
はい、そうですね。すべてを開けるというよりか、家具を配置していくわけで、生活者が。で、例えばベッドサイドの扉を朝開けたままにしておくと、昼間ダイニングでご飯食べてるときに、そこの扉から入ってきた音が円環に入ってくるみたいな、常に全部が開けてあるというよりか、過去に自分が生活の中で開けた扉が、それこそ楽器のリコーダーの穴を塞ぐような感じで、開いてるときは開いてる、閉まってるときは閉まってるような感じで、常にその開け閉めが移り変わった状態で、外の音が入ってくるというようなふうに考えていて、なので、その全てが全部開いてるというよりか、小さな窓が側面についてるだけで、その音の循環を阻害する、減衰させてしまうほどのものではないと考えています。
All right. Thank you, Shodai. Let's get my interpreter to explain the situation to everyone. Tech team.
So
Oh, okay. Sorry, Kazuma.
Should I translate?
Yeah, I don't know where yeah, if you don't mind, Kazuma, I would buy you a coffee, totally.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. He's answering that the window is, like all windows are not opening. It's if he opens one window, then he wakes up, in the bed, then he opens that window. And then after there's a couple of hours, he can hear that sound from that only one single windows at some different space. So then always what you hear is there's something like a sound around the circle. That is what he's saying.
I see. Thank you, Kazuma. Thank you, Shodai. Judges, there's a tech issue, so anyway, my interpreter disappeared, but doesn't matter. Let's focus on the matter. Anyone would like to ask anything? If not, then what we can do is we can conclude the session if there's no more questions or comments. Yeah, okay. Judges seems very pleased so far. Okay, thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimashita, Shodai. Thank you so much. And that's all for our first contestant of the day. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Shodai Fujimoto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Okay, next we will wait. Yes, my other candidate is already. Let's meet the second finalist. Our second finalist, Song Hao, is from Tongji University of China. He will be presenting in English, and Q&A will be done by me, translation. And his project is called Windy Street, Shenzhen Shatojiao Port Complex Design. So over to you, Song Hao, you ready?
That's 55, right?
Yes, ID is 55. Thank you, Ravi.
Yeah, just mention the ID so that it's easier.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, ID 55. Thank you. Songhao, you ready?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm ready.
You can start anytime. Yeah.
Okay. I'm really honored to share my design with the best participants from so many regions. I would like to present you a port between Shenzhen and Hong Kong, located in Shuttlecock. You must be wondering why I call such a transport infrastructure a street. Let me start with my childhood experience. I grew up in Shenzhen, where my closest cousins, some of my classmates, was living in Hong Kong, and I have spent almost every weekend with them until I went to Shanghai for college. You know, that border between the Shenzhen and Hong Kong exists because of complex historical and political factors. And ports often symbolize differences in systems and even ideological rivalries. But for many people of my generation who actually live in the two cities, the ports are just like some kind of bus stop or underground station. Many ports are built with monumental volumes, and such architecture contradicts how I perceive the act of crossing the border, which is full of everydaynness for me. So I wanted to design a port of everydaynness, a port where urban public life takes place, a port like a street to blur the perception of the border. It is a combination of transport infrastructure and urban public space. And why such a port can exist in Shuttlecock? I would like to start with the context of this project from an urban perspective. There are two main issues in this area. First is the decline of the original industry. Let me introduce the site first. The river is the border between the two cities. What makes this area unique is that there is a special administration area in Shuttlecock, well known as Chinese English Street, which residents on both sides need special permits to enter. And it was once a heaven for tax-free commerce, leading to the prosperity of the entire region. But as the opening policy progressed, the tax-free commerce gradually lost its appeal to consumers, and the region also lost its mainstay industry. However, Shuttlecock is an important node in Shenzhen eastward development strategy. Shenzhen and Hong Kong have their own unique in terms of politics, economy, and resources. People in both cities can benefit from more exchanges. In this context, Shuttlecock needs new industries to drive exchange between the two cities. I conducted multiple comparisons and choose the healthcare industry as a new pillar. In Shenzhen, residents have a demand for overseas medical services, and the Eastern Shenzhen has an excellent background of biomedical industries. The Eastern Hong Kong is also eager to revitalize resources with its abundant international talents and advanced medical systems. I introduced medical research business in the abandoned industrial park on the Shenzhen side, while a healthcare park is implanted in the wasteland of the Chinese English Street, which enjoys an excellent natural landscape. As a keynote for exchanges, the original small cargo port requires updating. Link need to be built between the three places, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and the special administration area, both for cargo and people. The second problem, the rapid urbanization gradually influenced the livability of the high-density environment. Well, this is a map of floor area ratio, and this kind of blue represent the FAR is lower than 4, and the deeper the higher. So we can tell from this image that the development intensity is extremely high through the whole area. And the border has always been the sideline of the city. Today, this 2-kilometer corridor is occupied by high-rise housing, ports, and wasteland. You know, the waterfront itself is an outstanding city open space, but I couldn't even notice the existence of river as I walked through the streets by the river. However, with the trend towards the communication of the two cities, the river with its outstanding landscape has the possibility to be more vibrant. Based on the requirements of healthcare industry cooperation and other special issues in Shuttlecock, I have constructed a landscape special scatterland consists of border waterfront corridor and urban greenway penetrating deep into the city. acting as a drive to improve the living experience in a high-density area. In this project, the continuous waterfront corridor has been designed to form a place for public life and urban events where people can gather and interact. It also provides a venue for the development of the healthcare industry and tourism. And a spin-off business energizes several important nodes on the border. You know, the transport infrastructure requires a vertical connection, and the waterfront corridor is horizontally continuous. With their intersection point being the building I am about to introduce, the Sato Port. In the process of replacing tax-free commerce with healthcare industry, the development of the city has replaced new demands on the function of the port as an infrastructure. What's more, situated on the waterfront corridor, the port with the lowest FAR is bound to be a keynote. The involvement of urban life and everydayness requires a port with public space of high quality. So let's get into the architectural part. And for the small depth of the site, makes it difficult to organize the complex three-dimensional carriageway, and the building also needs to maintain a low and flat volume because of the concept. And the basic strategy for organizing the multiple flows is vertical layering, with the main body of the building addressing the traffic issue. The sunken space connects the metro and the streets with the building. And the waterfront corridor links the open space on the roof, where the volume of the building is dispersed into small boxes to create a street-scale space. Then let me explain the details. The layout of the building is based on the organization of the vehicular traffic. The original two inspection in two place model has been retained, which means the vehicles enter the special administration area by this port and enter Hong Kong through another port. Based on the existing road and the junctions, the width of the roads within the port has been widened, and the cargo checks and passenger checks have been staggered front and rear to achieve a greater traffic flow and higher efficiency, which reduces interference with the natural green land at the same time. For passengers traveling between the Shenzhen and Hong Kong by public transport or on foot, the port adopts the two inspection in one place model, which means the passenger can complete the entire inspection from Shenzhen to Hong Kong at one single port. The building volume of the joint inspection is arranged between the entry and departure carriageways, connecting to the shuttle bus, this one, which is heading to Hong Kong City Core directly. The fast track inspection on the second level is prepared for healthcare researchers and workers traveling on foot between the special administration area and Shenzhen, while the seminar exhibition functions are arranged along the way to promote the links between the medical park and the healthcare park, making the port itself an exchange center for healthcare industry. And the project makes use of the sunken space to receive the flow of people from the city streets and the metro. In the triangle enclosed by the inspection buildings and the carriageway, the huge sunken urban park serves as a distribution space for the port. And a huge green roof that covers the entire building creates a new ground floor relinking the waterfront corridor, which is interrupted by the port and the carriageway. Together, the roof, the inspection building, and the sunken urban park create a space with a sense of cohesion, providing an urban scale plaza for the neighborhood. The water from the Sato River is brought into the sunken space, bringing the waterfront into the city. And the permanent office area and the spin-off business of healthcare industry are arranged on the top of the green roof, and the volume are dispersed into small boxes. The concentrated boxes form the office building, which are vertically connected to the healthcare exchange center and office garage for the convenience of administration. And the discrete boxes of retail commerce enclose the street system and the courtyard on the new ground floor based on the structure under the roof. The small scale texture derives from a small village across the river, which creates a perception of the village permitting across the border and above the roof. As I mentioned before, the low floor area ratio of the site provides a valuable opportunity to create an intimate scale space of public urban life. Once Satogod was also a quiet little village, like the one across the river. Today, it has become a forest of steel. The new port will dig an opening in the midst of the great wall of the high-rise building created by the rapid urbanization. Outdoor public spaces entwine and intersect on multiple levels of the building, where people from all directions of the city meet and gather. Building's interior established a strong connection with the urban environment. The visual interaction between the airy street, the sunken park, and the inspection hall makes the somewhat cold process of inspection feel like walking through the common corridor of the city. There are no aggressive volumes or eye-catching forms on the new ground floor, just comfortable arcade, terrace, and small grassy area where, like walking in the normal mountain village in the southern China, citizens wandering and resting in the intimate scale. As every inch of land counts in Shenzhen, such a port is something like a reverse landmark commemorating the fading town in the development of city. Spaces with different functions, management attributes, and different atmosphere are juxtaposed here. People with different purposes interacting visually on each level. If people wanted to actually reach the opposite side, of course, they need to pass through the security check on the lower level. However, citizens can freely cross the river, which marks the border, through the root surface and feel like moving between the two banks freely. The small boxes above the inspection hall, as well as the commercial behavior, can be perceived when crossing the border, and the light from the airy street spills into the hall with the shadows of the strollers and the trees. In general, the strict spatial organization and management boundaries meet the basic functional needs of the port as a transport infrastructure, while the juxtaposition of the multiple behaviors, the interlocking of the views and the spreading of the village texture blur the perception of border, allowing aridness to permeate every corner of the building. The design aims to combine transport infrastructure with urban or open space to create a unique port of aridness, which addresses existing urban problems while presenting a reflection on rapid urbanization. At the end, I would like to share, is this the time up?
No, it's not. You have 3 more minutes.
Okay.
Please go. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. At the end, I would like to share an experience I had during my research at the site. I managed to find a roof that was unlocked, and I climbed up to look out the scenery across the river. Behind me stood the forest of steel, and in front of me, the smoke of the cooking fires drifted up from the village on the other side of the river. And what came to my mind was a scene of people strolling along the river in the evening, with the mountain breeze blowing from the other side of the river onto the street full of emptiness. Perhaps this was what a coastal town like Satogod should be like in the beginning. And this architecture aimed to cross the ideological rivalries easily, like wind blowing from the other side of the river, dissolving the antagonism inherent in the border itself and leaving only the common streets that give people a more comfortable life. The Windy Street is a name of a piano art wood example by the Japanese musician, beautiful but full of melancholy. I use it as the name of my work, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sung Hao, for sharing. Judges, I'd like to open the floor to comments and questions, and I'll be doing the translation. Anyone would like to jump on first?
Yeah, maybe I can ask a question.
Okay, sure, Nicholas. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's very interesting. It's a very challenging issue that you're trying to understand and resolve, both economic and political. The intervention that you have created is sort of integrated bridge of sorts. Have you considered how this intervention gradually would change and spread into the neighboring borders, into a district, into a neighborhood? Because one intervention can gradually change the dynamics of the border definition and spread organically with both social and architectural elements. So maybe you can talk a bit about how that would impact or how your intervention can impact further than just a bridge and architecture. Thank you.
All right, Nicholas. 松浩，你会用中文作答吗？对吗？
我用中文回答，你能帮我翻译？
好，你需要我先翻译问题吗？
不用，我听得出。
听得懂，好，那直接来吧。
就是这样为将来的影响，其实分为2个方面。首先是在深圳这一片，因为它的主要场地其实在深圳，我希望就是这个滨河的这一条具有活力的这个滨水景观带，它能够激活这个片区，就是居民可以参与到这里的公共生活，以此它的衍生的康养的一些产业它可以被带动，然后同时它的景观根据我的那个城市设计的那个结构，它可以不断的去影响内部城区的一个生态的这个宜居的这个环境，然后对于香港而言，像这边的这样的一个颇具活力的一个交流中心，它可能会引导新一轮的城市建设，包括香港其实在新一轮的城市发展计划中，对于沙头角这一块其实也是有一定的规划，但是在这边并没有形成一个统合的一个力吧，去推进这个事情，所以我觉得这个场所可能是一个触媒，去影响之后的一个整个城市变迁的一个发生。
好 all right. So what Song Hao said, there are 2 parts about how his design can have further impact and future impact. There are 2 parts. The first part is on Shenzhen, where the river bank design, it's hoping to bring in more neighborhoods and community that they can activate the local economy and to create an atmosphere for people to want to move to that part of the city. From the Hong Kong side, it's more about acting as a catalyst to revitalize urban development around South Hong Kong, because there is plans to develop the Hong Kong side of the complex, the community and the economy, but there's no holistic, like one big direction plan. So having a catalyst like this will help the local government also, in a way, strengthen the way they plan around these 2 locations. Thank you. Any judges, questions and comments? Izumi, you jumped up, so I assume it's you.
Brandon, yeah. Okay, yeah. I just want to understand more about vertical layering, because when you try to bring people who move usually on the street level, but you move to different level, and then you have multiple layers of movement. And at the same time, you're talking about the transportation project, and then to be combined with healthcare facility. So how actually this the interaction between multiple layering and different function, because there are 3 I can see that there are 3 main activity which may not be work very well with each other. For example, between healthcare, transportation, and also other economic activities. So does that mean that when you want to put different layer, does that mean that you want to segregate different activities at different layer, or you try to mix everything at multiple layer?
Okay, thank you, Izumi. Song Hao 可以吗？
可以。我去组织不同流线的一个基本策略，确实是垂直的分层 （vertical layering）。但是同时，这是为了管理上的边界，它是比较容易去处理。但同时，我也希望它彼此之间能发生互动，就是不仅是视线其实就是视线上的交流。比如说在跨过这个检查站的时候，可以感觉就是身边马上就有人有日常的居民在这里活动，发生一些日常的一些行为，所以我主要是利用一些空间上的一些错落的手法，然后让几个层之间在流线上它会有很多相遇还有交织的节点，就是如果可以的话，我可以翻到前面的图纸，可以看到就是它会有很多中庭，然后包括它的流线，它是彼此之间有一些比较 建筑师刻意的去让他们之间发生缠绕，还有一些互动，然后以此去消解就是管理边界带来的一个分隔感，但是同时在感知上去让人与人之间的距离被拉近，大概是这样。
Thank you. So Architect Izumi, he's talking about, so the idea of integrating vertical layering is about, number one, management efficiency. Second one is creating that optics and behavioral cues between interaction of spaces that they don't usually interact, like healthcare and transportation. So if you refer to my perspective, what I did was I create a division. There is a structural division, but it creates a kind of coming together because people will be interacting through those spaces as they are navigating through the building and through the complex and carry on with their everyday life. So it's not a forceful thing, but it's something organic that he wants to create through that layering vertically. I hope that answers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Zumi.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to jump on? Everyone seems to be in deep thought. Paul, Ravi, anything? All right, great. That would be for all. Thank you, Song Hao, for your time. Thank you, judges. That would be our second finalist for the day. Okay, Song Hao, you can log out now. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, guys. We are ahead of time. Let's keep it like that. Next, I would have, sorry, to my list. Next, we have Sherlock Chow from Chuhai College of Higher Education, Hong Kong. His project is called Tai-O Revitalization. His award force ID is 28. Yeah, Sherlock, when you're ready, you can start anytime. Yeah. You want to test your mic first, if we can hear you? Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Great. Over to you.
I'm going to share my screen now.
Yes, please.
And so I'm going to talk about my project, which I choose the site location of my project is in Tai-O, which is a place in Hong Kong and Lantau Island. And my project main aim is to rejuvenate fishermen's lives in this place through my design. And here is a little short background about Tai-O, this place, which this place is a fisherman place where many of its residents are fishermen. And there are mainly three types of people right now, which is firstly, the young family members, which moved out in Tai-O, and they often came back to visit their family relatives, and also some elderly, which are some retired fishermen, and also some recently still working local fishermen. And how this place is famous of its fisherman culture and its fishing business. And Tai-O initially is a place where fishing business strives. And however, when after its devastating fire in 2000 years, and this place eventually became a place for tourists, and it is now promoting its fishing culture and also its history to let the visitors, like tourists, know about its history and background. And however, during some natural disaster, like some serious hurricane and like flooding or etc., Tai-O mainly are dealing with many severe injuries and deaths during this natural disaster. And there's a huge demand of rescue services like the left upper corner photo that you can see many firemen and like police helping to rescue the local residents in this place. And there are also many timber columns left, like the left bottom corner, showing that the leftover structures, the old structures of Taiyo, like the stilt houses that are brought down, but they left over some structures over there. And this will be the site of my project, which is in the circle dotted line, at the red dotted line, and it is surrounded by three rivers, and just as shown on the green dotted line in the diagram. And this will be the zoning. The left-hand side diagram will be a zoning diagram of my project, which we try to make the project and mainly with dominating with the domestic proportion, and also with some recreational feature and also some communal area, which is for both visitors and local residents. And the left-hand side, the right-hand side will be the unfolded section cut line, which you can see the section in the later slides. And this will be a design solution for my project, which shows partly will be a floating island, which is this part, and also this part. And for the rest will be a fixed structure. And it actually, how it works actually is that when this place is facing flooding issue or flooding problems, then the floating structure will float with the water level as the water level rises, and the fixed structure will remain over here. And so when flooding problem comes, and partly will rise with the water level, which will not be covered with water, in order to solve the problem of flooding in this place. And the right-hand side will, the diagram is showing that some features of my design, like the Taiyo original feature, like some dried salted fish furniture, which is for local residents to dry their salted fish, like their fishing products in this area. And they are distributed all along my project in order to provide convenient furniture for them to use. And this will be some fishermen's boats, which they can park over here at the side of the floating island, and also with some original stilt houses that are relocated to the fixed area and become some feature for visitors to come over to visit and to know about the houses that the fishermen are living in initially. And also with a bazaar market for local fishermen that they can exchange their products and goods and like their daily necessities. And also, this will be a new housing unit for the local fishermen, which are on the floating island that where they can live. And in the followings, I will show some feature of the new houses that which would try to mimic the form of old stilt houses in Taiyo. And this diagram also shows the picture that after flooding, the fixed structures will be on the ground, also with the floating structure, and they will be on the mud ground, which residents can and visitors can also enjoy their times stepping on mud, like watching the sunset in Taiyo or playing around with on those mudlands. And this will be the unfolded section, which shows different feature of my design project. And for this one, this will be some wind barrier panels that are added on the old steel houses to provide an element for blocking wind in order to slow down the wind speed inside my my design, in order to provide a more decent living environment for the local residents. And these are the old steel houses, as aforementioned, that it become a tourist spot that visitors can walk over, and become some observation decks also for them to walk around and know more about how old fishermen lives in the past. And this will be some new houses that we try to mimic the form of and also the spatial quality of the old steel houses. And we try to develop into such form in order to let old fishermen get more familiarized with themselves and in these houses, and to get on a new life more easily. And this will be a bazaar and material library, as aforementioned. And these are also some street furniture, like I've just said, for local fishermen to dry their salted fish, and also some fishing products. And these are some renderings of my design. And the first one would be some new houses where local fishermen lives. And this will be some modified steel houses for visitors. And this will be some floating island and overview, material library, and visitor area. And people which are in different color represents different groups of people and different stakeholders for using that who are also using this place. And this one, for example, the one in this color will be some visitors, and this one will be the local residents, and this one may be this color may be the family relatives of the local fishermen, and this one will be some elderly. And we try to also choose a color scheme which is selected from Thai oak, that different color. This will be some color code and the information of the colors, which we try to develop this color scheme from Thai oak feature, that each color represents different elements of Thai oak, like shrimp paste, salted fish, and also the seawater of Thai oak. And as I've aforementioned, that different colors represent different groups of people that are using this place. And this will be an overview rendering of my design. And this rendering also shows the high tide period without typhoon, that when the water level remains normal, then it will be in this picture, showing the water level and the island floating on this normal water level. And this picture will be showing the picture of after flooding, and all water the water level dropped, and people can enjoy their times on this mudland. And that's all of my design.
No, so carry on. Yeah.
I finished my presentation. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Sherlock, for your time. Judges, I would like to open the floor for comments and questions, if any. Ravi, I see you unmute.
Yep. So I think what I really liked was the simplicity in the design and tackling a forgotten profession, also catering to the elder community, and tackling climate change. So a series of issues have been, kind of tackled by Sherlock in his design solution, and especially with a focus on elders. And that's something which is critical, and and tackling fishing as well as a profession. The only thing which and a colorful solution as well. What I would like to ask you, Sherlock, is when you want the elderly to kind of relate to this space, do you think that the form that you have used architecturally, which is strong vertical lines, and will kind of blend into the fabric which was existing in this village before? And do you think that the elderly, whom you're also catering to, will relate to this architectural form?
I think in terms of form, the elderly may not be too familiarized with the vertical lines that I created, and also the angled spaces. But I try to cater the elderly in another way, which in terms of the spatial quality, that I try to provide a similar spatial quality for the elderly, which they are initially fishermen in the past, and so I try to create a space in my design with some spaces that are similar to their old lives, their fisherman lives, like some spaces for them to sell their products, or to produce some goods, like the spaces for creating some for drying those salted fish, and also the houses that I try to mimic in order to provide similar spatial quality for the old fishermen, in order to move on to their retired lives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Paul?
Yes, two questions. One, actually, all these scale of individual buildings are something that what you're saying is that similar to the scale of the buildings which is existing or which has disappeared, or the elderlies and the fishermen feels comfortable with? That's one question. Second question is, okay, you're keeping part of your design at a fixed level so that flood would happen. I'm a little bit confused that this muddy area can be so enjoyable to these people after the water goes out. Is there any particular things that you feel nostalgic, or they feel nostalgic in that area, this muddy feeling?
All right, thank you, Paul. Sherlock, over to you.
So I answer the first question.
Yeah.
The first question will be, I try to create a similar scale of the spaces for local residents, like the retired elderly and the current fishermen. And I think by creating similar spaces, which the local residents can get more easily to familiarize themselves with such spaces, as which they are living in already with some similar spaces in the past. And so I think by creating a similar scale can help them to familiarize themselves and to move on their new lives, to live in these new housing units more easily. And the second question, and for the second question, I think because I've did some research on how the muddy spaces will happen after the flooding goes out, and in my research, the flooding places will actually have a little bit greenery, like some grasses starting to come out after flooding, and it will create a space with a little bit greenery that they can like kind of treat it as a paint, and they can like step on it and to like enjoy their sunsets, and also with their family times in Taiwan, as in in places that are near Taiwan, that are surrounding Taiwan. There are also many muddy places that people like to go to and like set on those spaces and to enjoy their sunsets.
All right, thank you, Sherlock.
And
Thank you.
therefore,
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Izumi, you had
I
a
want
question.
to add,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Please. Sorry.
sorry. And so I want to like create a similar atmosphere to this place.
Thank you, Sherlock.
And
Izumi,
Yes. Okay. It's very interesting project. I think what Sherlock has proposed is it will be in contrast with the original traditional fisherman village that I can imagine. He also mentioned about this new development or relocation or redevelopment of the fisherman village will also attract tourism other than just the ordinary fishing activities. But in the original fisherman village, where actually you can see the activity related to fishing, drying fish, it creates smell, it creates certain environment. But the expectation of tourists or visitors when they come here, they want to see the originality of the building, the environment, together with a fishing boat, fishing net. But now you are proposing something which is very contrast to the original building. The other one that I want to ask, how do you expect that the elderly or the fishermen to maintain this building? Because this is not what they originally built. If they built, they know how to repair, how to maintain, how to replace, and the building material that used probably is of natural material that can be easily sourced for them to replace any component of the building. But you are providing them with a new solution. Looks like it's a metal structure, or maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it's metal structure, but this is something that they cannot do by themselves. So they need somebody else. Whereas the ordinary fisherman village, they can repair, they can replace building component by themselves. So there are two things here that I want you to explain. One is the expectation of the visitor, the tourists coming here, and the other one is that the people who are living here, they accept them to this project.
Izumi, over to you, Sherlock.
So I answered the first question first, and for the first question, although we created some new elements like the new steel houses on those floating islands, we still kept those old elements like the old steel houses originally located in Taiwan, that we just simply transform it into a tourist spot. Like we just simply remove those old furnitures for which is used by the old residents, and maybe just created a void inside the old steel houses, and like transforming it into a visitor center. But we are still using the old steel houses, which are the old elements in Taiwan. That I think this can still provide a sense of old element in Taiwan, that the visitors can still feel it, when they go to the visitor center. And for the second question, I think for dealing with how to maintain or like repairing their new state houses, as my design try to get the new fishermen more packed with each other, that the new state houses are near with each other. I think they may can help each other with their neighborhoods, like they can help each other as tile displays, as a place which put much emphasis on neighborhoods, that they have close relationship with their neighbors. And I think with this element, they can help each other to maintain their new houses in my project.
All right, thank you, Charlotte. That's time's up. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Charlotte, for your time. You can log out now. That concludes our third presenter for the day. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Afzal Hasmi from International Islamic University of Malaysia and his project Sejahtera Community Center. Judges, his ID is 29. Over to you, Afzal.
Can you hear me?
Can you speak again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Great. Over to you.
Can you see my screen?
You may want to move the gray bar somewhere else. There's a gray. Okay, got it. Great. Okay. You can start now. Thank you.
Okay. So empathy, it is defined as the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It is seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the hearts of another. And it includes on the understandings of the real identity of indigenous people community. And when we're talking about the indigenous people, it is all about their way of life, which is to survive in the deep forests and hills, their culture, that longing in their hearts for generations, the community, which is the tribe generations that needs to be secured, and finally, the architectural identity itself. But now, do you want to know what really happens to them? It is as dark as the screens right now, and this is what their future would be if there's no helping hands are given to them. Because days by days, they are being forgotten. They are being a prisoner of hunger and restless, and they are hopeless, waiting for help that will never come. And if you ask me how we can help them and what should we do, for me, empathy is a feeling, and to feel, we need to imagine ourselves in their perspectives. So first and foremost, we have to be in their shoes, and then we can question ourselves. Firstly, we need to listen on what they need, see what are their culture, and think what programs should be provided that suits them. So ladies and gentlemen, today the solution is here. Good morning all, my name is Muhammad Afzal bin Hasmi, and right now, introducing you Titik Tumpu, a community drive center where diverse cultures are converged into one. Titik Tumpu are also called as focal points, as something that constantly used to combine different elements into one. So the idea of integrating the community's way of life is how the community center design grows. So every part of their cultures will actually plays a big role in creating their future. So right now, what I'm trying to do is trying to bridge the diverse culture into one place, which is through converging and also centralizing the diverge. And when we're talking about designing a community center, it always must be driven by something. And that's when the programs of the community center are produced, which the first one is upskilling in terms of providing diverse opportunities, which is to enhance skills and increase job opportunities. Socializing in terms of providing cultural hubs for any cultural activities. And last one, providing platforms as a socio-economic generator for the community itself. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the three-way norms where the needs of the locals are spread in the community center. The fluidity and continuations of the designs would indeed aim to create connections between the surroundings and so that each of the floor levels. In these designs, every floor level will serve different functions to act as the social and also economic productions for the community as well. And firstly, this is the level of essential, where we're focusing on the basic necessities of the community, such as the health and also the security of the tribe on the ground floor. The ground floor acts as the opening scenes of the community future, and the starter of the future should always focus on the basic necessities. And when we talk about basic necessities, it is all about how the tribe manage themselves in a proper way. The Orang Asli significantly poor health outcomes than the majority of the non-indigenous society. So because between 2003 to 2007, infant mortality rate was estimated to be double the national figure. So without a good health, there's nothing they can do. That's why small healthcare services and facilities to support the tribe safety are provided. And right now, when we're talking about safety, I remember during my first visit to the village. So because right after they saw me and my friends come to the house, everyone seems like they just saw a ghost and children are running away from us. And then I said, and then our guide said that the tribe always have their subconscious feelings. So we let them to be aware of everything that happens, including spotting the enemies and wild animals. So that's the reason why the tribe connect the bridge that open up to every spaces are created for. The transparency of spaces in each level allows the constant space information for the users and thus creating a safe environment for them. The open air design itself gives the indigenous people the real environment that they're comfortable to live in, which was breathing the scents of forests and hills. And when we're talking about creating an environment that suits the community, it has to be injected with the sparks of programs. Now, we're talking about the level of culture where the norms of indigenous people are revived in the second floor. So one thing that I realized about this community is they use nature to create a comfortable environment for them, which is a social art, which is also the mountain trees and the rivers. So most of the countries in Asia are living with the hot climate, and so does in Malaysia. And we always try to find a shaded area in order to social up comfortably. So preserving the existing trees in the sites and creating a loop in circulations above will actually and eventually allow the lower floor to become cool and comfort as a social up centric. What the river are called as the river of life, because most of the activities are based on the river. I remember when I was a kid, the river will always become some playgrounds, swimming and diving with my friends while water splashes in my face. I just can't imagine if this culture will disappear. And in these designs, the river will be fully revived, as it is actually vital for the source of water, either for social activities, finding foods, water supply, or also for agriculture activities. The existing community garden in the site is actually becomes a main source of food and also income for them. So I think why not, instead of just improving the community garden, we integrate it with the cafe so that their agriculture culture can be fully utilized. The agriculture activities and also agriculture integrated cafe are basically using the ingredients supplied by their own agriculture activities. It also includes the edible herbs garden, the taste of the fresh herbs and vegetables. I'm just pretty sure that this is their secrets to be strong and healthy. Agriculture activities will become their main spines of most of the income generated for them. And then I'm just thinking, why don't I create a platform, a socio-economic hub for them to generate income from it? So this is the level of socio-economic generating culture. And although they are separated by the people in the area, but still, they also have their own effort to survive in this world, which was selling their agriculture products. And I'm talking to as someone who was raised in the village, because people thought that we have slight chances to succeed. But look where I am right now. I'm presenting to you incredible international juries. And I strongly believe that poverty only changes affordability, but it does not change aspirations. And so are they. They also want to have their identity known in the outside world, but the only obstacle is how can they start? Now, this open air concept market is the answer. It's going to be a platform for them to start a proper economic opportunity. And this will be a place for them to introduce the agriculture activities, which is to generate income from herbs and vegetables that they can produce from the terrace farming. The terrace farm is located on the highest points of the site, which is to maximize sun rays to the communal garden. The terrace farming also helped to also strengthen the soil to avoid soil erosions on the slopey sides. So this is a multicultural space, which is for their sports activities and also the cultural events. So the exposure of the space to the terrace farming intend to create visual prolongations of indoor and also the outdoor spaces of the terrace farming. So the fluidity of the circulations will allow a continuous interplay of activities to be done, which is along the spaces, including a small kiosk. So these circulations is kind of just like we're talking to the language of the slopes. So those small kiosks are actually meant to allow these communities to have a second chance for them to be creative and create something new to generate their income to survive, including selling rattan baskets or also hand-woven accessories. So for me, empathy is not all about the people, but it's also about how we utilize the nature. If you ask me, we should try to imitate the face of origin. The design of the facades are purposely aimed to imitate the hill topography and also the existing agriculture or architecture, which uses thatched roof as their shelter. The convergence of continuous circulations, the organic curves of facades, and thatched roofing that reduce heat transmissions are the things that actually make these designs to be resilient to the community and nature. So the gap between each curvy roof was actually designed to hide the rainwater harvesting systems, which is to be used for various things, especially the agriculture purposes. So while the thatched roofing reduces heat transmission into the spaces. So for me, empathy should apply on everything, either it is culture, nature, community, and everything. Because what I had realized that the beauty of architecture was only for the rich. And when designing for this part of community, I had realized that I felt ground realities. Because architecture is not all about beauty, but it's about creating something that can change someone's future. It is the medicine that the world really needs. So right now, let's take a step back for a while and listen carefully. Just take a deep breath, embracing and be grateful for what we have. And listen to the invisible voices of those people. They are yelling for help and do something together about it. So let's together put a smile on their face of the future and spark a glimpse of hope for this community. Because we are one. So before I end my presentation, please enjoy a short walkthrough video of the glimpse of hope in the Sejahtera Community Center. I call it as Titik Tumpu.
This is as good a day as any to start the rebuilding of life. The roads that lay open are many when the old one's gone under the knife. And I can feel the sun on my skin, clear a light as any to see the horizon and the far. Excuses were 2 for a penny, but they've all gone out the window of this car. And when I feel the wind on my face, is a race.
So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Afsal, for your time. Judges, open to you guys.
Can I stop sharing or what?
It's okay. We'll stop share for you. It's okay. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. Judges, comments and questions?
Hi, Mohammed. This is Ravi here. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And just one quick question or an observation. Whenever we, at least at our level, try to tackle the issues faced by the indigenous, and we have quite a fair population within India as well. We found that a built form invariably does not sort out their issues. Because I think we look at it as from a perspective of building a structure and infrastructure for them to sort out their issues. I think the core of the problem is to look at the way they live, they work, they play, and architecturally, if we can take care of that, would be a big plus. But it has failed. It has never been able to elevate or eliminate their issues. Primarily because I think our structures tend to be museums of sorts or galleries of sorts, and not really enabling them to improve their ways of living, mixing, and then becoming a part of the mainstream. Because the primary problem in the indigenous tribe is that they want to be left alone. They do not want modern influences to come in their ways of living, and therefore isolation creeps in. I agree completely with you. So it's a big problem to tackle. Most of them would like to be left alone and not be a part of the mainstream modern ways of living. While we in the cities would love to see what they do, how they do, imbibe their culture. So it's a one-way process, and it's never a two-way process. So this is something that I'd like to caution you. But having said that, I think your architectural solution is nice. Your intent is noble, but this is the problems that we face. Maybe we'll need to look at ways of asking ourselves this question, whether a built form is going to sort out their issues. I think we need to go deeper than really building and looking at ways of getting them to assimilate, mingle, because they are very reluctant to mingle.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Ravi. In fact, when looking at any social culture project, I think that is one of the major issues that to the designers or to other people, we probably thought that culture is for sale, but not to them. So we thought that okay, we present this culture as an exhibit that people can come and see. In one building, you can see everything, but that's not what they want. They want you to go to them in their original form, because they are not selling the culture, but they want to sell their produce, whatever they produce from the farm, and then you come to the farm to buy. So that's why it is a little bit confusing whether the project is just an exhibit of a collection of a little sort of activities by the Aboriginal people, or it is a solution to the people. So that is not clear. That's not quite clear.
Afsal, you want to elaborate? Yeah.
Because actually, the real issues of the indigenous people, right? So it's kind of much if like in Malaysia, suddenly the government give them, the indigenous people, the concrete houses in this area, but they don't want those kinds of technology, right? So what they want is they build another houses just beside the concrete house using the thatch roofing and others. So what I'm trying to do is trying to replicate or trying to symbolize the architectures, but in the modern way. Because in India, in the Mumbai, there's research or plannings that has been done because they have slums and also the cities. So what they're trying to do, I don't remember the architects, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to ask the people, the community itself. They ask them, what if we use the sustainable materials like container and others, but this is that if you yourselves, architects, have been given the containers to live, do you choose to live in there? Because so the architect says that they do not want to live in that area. So they say that the poverty people, the poor people also have their own aspirations, so they have their own needs in the modern world. So I think the integrations between the moderns and also the contemporary architecture is the solutions for them, I think.
Thank you, Afzal, for your
my
response.
intention.
Thank you. Kazumi,
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Kazuma, Ravi?
Can you please explain a little bit more about the site information and location, and who will use this architecture? That is what I am a little bit confused.
Thanks, Kazuma.
So the site is actually on the topographic hill, which is in Gombak in Malaysia, Selangor. So it's kind of just like a forest and also the hills that just in front of the main road. So the site is actually behind them is where they stay at, the forest and hills. So what I'm trying to do is, if you ask them in the sites, they always want to have the platform for the economic activities because they already have the activities such as night markets and also, but it is not proper because it is just on the bridge. So what I'm trying to do is create some kinds of platforms for them to use, but in their way in their way of life. So that's why the continuity of the designs that we're talking the language of the slopes, the designs curvy and others. So I try to imitate those kinds of architecture to let them feel that it's their home.
Yeah, more Kazuma, I think maybe you should know. I think the site is just like 20 minutes from the city center. It's not very far from the city center.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. And it's, I think it's right by a highway. Yeah, right by a highway. Yeah.
I see. That's clear. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Kazuma. And Paul?
Yes, well, thank you very much. I mean, topic is very difficult topic. However, I'm looking at it in architectural design. I think you came up with a very interesting solution. Really show what you wanted to do, connectivity, flow, all this in the architectural form, and using the traditional element and so on. So I'm very intrigued by your design solution. I just wanted to tell you because I know the topic that you chose happened to be very difficult one. And then this is a solution to this topic. I am not sure. But I think as an architect, I just want to tell judges that I'm quite intrigued by the solution as an architectural design. That's just a comment, not a question.
All right, thank you, Paul. Anyone else? We have 2 more minutes.
Okay, Brandon, I just want to refer to what Afzal mentioned, that he gave an example when government give a concrete house to these native people, they refuse to stay inside the house. Yeah, that's the point that I want to highlight earlier. Okay, it's not about what you're giving them, but we have to understand what they need and what they want, because sometimes it's not just about house or building, but the whole environment for their agriculture activities, for their social activities. So it's not just, sometimes it's not just building. So I know that from like what Paul mentioned, that when you propose in your design, you try to integrate many things, but we don't want also this to be just an exhibit of a little activity you put in one building to facilitate visitors to see what they are doing. But we also hope that whatever solution we propose also give a real benefit to the people.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I just wanted to add that, and this is should be some bit of knowledge that I'd like to share. When we try to give individual toilets to indigenous people, right, in their homes, they refuse to use those. They wanted to use community toilets because that's a place where they would meet, they would greet one another, or we in the city would probably look down upon this. as something which is, we'd like to, this is a private affair, right? But the indigenous people would like to have community toilets, and they would jointly maintain it. They would maintain the hygiene part of it. But these are few things, these are quirks that we build something and then they don't use it. So that's I think what Azumi is also trying to.
All right, thank you. Okay, that time's up. Thank you, Afzal. Thank you, judges.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone. Next, before our break, we have Karen from the U. Thank you, Afzal. Have a great day. Next, we have Karen from University of Mindanao of the Philippines with her project City Garden Trade Center. Her ID is number 30, judges, 30. Karen, are you ready? You want to try out your voice?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You just need to project your PowerPoint, yeah? All right.
Before developing medications for pandemic, one solution is to go back to the physical interaction and built environment to reduce its impact. Pandemic have transformed our built environment because of the fear of infection. Consequently, architecture and urbanism after the COVID-19 will never be the same. The current global pandemic poses a challenge at all levels in the built environment. It will take time to develop an antivirus-enabled paradigm to reduce the potential risk or stop the virus from spreading. We aim to search for answers and learn from this forced experiment to add additional security layers. Education, businesses, and the people are greatly affected by the pandemic. The pandemic also restricts the interactions and personal transactions of businesses. Their potential price to the market is greatly affected. Because of the outbreak, our actions are limited to cater our safety and security, a threat to our social, financial, and mental health. The coronavirus has proven that a disaster doesn't fight with a known opponent. The enemy can simply be invisible with devastating consequences. The real world is fragile, and this virus is causing massive disruptions across the globe. However, there have been several concerns even prior to the pandemic. In terms of structures, the Tagum City Trade and Cultural Center serves as a cultural and commerce center. However, the structure has been causing several difficulties as the population continues to grow. Lack of parking spaces. Stalls are in desperate need of repair. Disorganized illicit vendors on the streets. Traffic congestion. Inadequate waste management. Flooding from canals. Lack of green spaces. Not to mention that many festivals and events were conducted at this cultural center in the past, but due to newly constructed structures, the Cultural and Trade Center is no longer given attention. The city of Tagum is urbanizing fast with a strategic location in southern Philippines. There is a booming trade, commerce, and service industry in the city, especially in the agricultural sector. It also has 5,000 vendors who make the city's parks and public spaces vibrant and thriving. No wonder it is hailed as the banana capital of the Philippines. But Tagum's growth is challenged by the realities of topographic conditions, overpopulation, climate change, and the occurrence of the pandemic. So, with all of this going on around us, I came up with the thought of, as a designer, as an aspiring architect, as a mere student, as a citizen, and as a friend, what can I do to make change? Or what can we do to make change? What can we do to make our place a better place to live in? In order to get into the solutions of the problems, we have to take a look into the roots, speak to the locals, get their perspective, know what they want, understand their needs, and hear them as they tell you their stories. So what can give? Change, innovation, and give redirection. Hi, I am Karen Joy, And let me introduce you to Sustainable Reimagined Tagum City Cultural and Trade Center, City Gardens. City Gardens symbolizes economy empowerment, cultural inclusivity, sustainability, and peace and unity. The City Gardens is inspired in banana leaves. It is a symbol of generosity, abundance, and freedom. The banana leaves are the reflection of our commitment. It has large leaves that provide shade to the species neighbor and promote their growth, just like how the people of Tagum City protect and help each other. This is a place where you can experience a countryside-like life in the middle of the city. It is located at Bonifacio Street, Tagum City, Davao del Norte. This site is also very accessible in whichever part of the city you came from because this is located right in the heart of the city. This is considered by most of the Tagumeños as a center of the trading industry, and so most of the streets in this area are considered to have heavy traffic. The concept of this project is to redesign and reconfigure the old Tagum and Trade Culture Center. I designed this building in an environmental approach or the biophilic design approach. The design aims to create a good and productive venue for entrepreneurs, the locals, the indigenous people, and the tourists. The reconfiguration does not aim to change the culture, but to nurture and give a more functioning structure. This enables them to experience the simple life that enriches the local products and the culture. This site is a good venue to venture into business and trade industry, a place that creates opportunities and promotes cultural values. It also wanted to emphasize the culture and heritage while emphasizing the people with their businesses. The city garden is designed with weaving patterns and earth tone colors by Nippon Paint. It is a symbol of rebirth, strength and reliability, and courage and harmony. And the weaving pattern as a symbol of unity. It is inspired with the traditional weaving patterns from indigenous tribes. The structure's design considerations are layout and composition, security, experience, accessibility, and functionality. But of course, because of the occurrence of the pandemic, there are additional design considerations that are being added. Greater efforts to bring natural light and ventilation, increasing the number of building entrances, increasing the number of windows, including outdoor terrace spaces and direct physical access to outdoors, vegetations and landscapes. These post-pandemic design considerations emphasize the importance of addressing the mental health of building occupants, mainly through the incorporation of enhanced communication and transparency of efforts to assure a healthy building environment. This project has the goal to make sustainable developments in terms of economic and social and environmental. This exploded axonometric shows that this city garden will be a new home for the end users, not to ignore the memories of the culture created, but to nurture and enhance what they have started and keep it for the next generations. The stores on stilts are designed to keep the locals comfortable selling their products on the floor, and it has been years and they still keep this way. The design will keep their traditional way of selling, but in a more comfortable and organized way. Filipinos are fond of eating street foods too, and this will be a good venue for street vendors to have a place to sell their foods in a safe and healthier environment. It now has more spacious and well-ventilated stalls for the local sellers. It will improve their way of living as well as the consumers. This floor plan also shows that the market stalls are in one place so that they will not have a hard time moving from one place to another. The circulation will be smooth and convenient. It aims to help and give opportunities to local sellers, kids and youth, consumers and the tourists, as well as the street vendors, young entrepreneurs, business owners, and the indigenous people. It's time for them to be heard and to have a better place in our community. The building is composed and designed with planting strips, living walls, balcony, meeting places, and bike lanes, with thrift shops, repair shops, fruits and vegetable stores, bake shop, grocery, souvenir shops, and as well as furniture shops. These market stalls give opportunity to all the small business owners. Tagum City has a rich cultural heritage in weaving, in Amakan houses and banana plantations where this city is known for. So the design details are inspired by those traditions, carved partition walls, living walls, Amakan patterned wall design, patterned parallel venetian, triangular partition walls, vertical bamboo sticks design doors, and patterned ceiling designs. These are the reflection of the rich culture of the Filipinos. The design does not end in the structure itself, but also keeping in mind the sidewalks where the people walk and ride their bicycles. The Culture Pavilion is one of the highlights of the city gardens. This is where people gather and celebrate their festivals and fiestas and where the people are being grateful for an abundant harvest. This pavilion is also self-watering because of the pattern of the roofing that enables rainwater to water the plants beneath. The city garden itself has an amazing landscaping. It keeps the area cool and helps to reduce the pollution that causes negative effects to our environment. So let me welcome you to City Gardens Trade Center. The facade of the building looks like houses that are patterned with banana leaves parallel venetian. It simply mimics the idea of being at home or the feeling of being safe. Home is a feeling of belonging where the heart feels comfortable with all its surroundings. The city garden is created to make people feel their freedom. It is designed to have big spaces so that they can move freely without having to worry or feel like being isolated. In this time of pandemic, it helps them to carry aware the anxieties of being infected by the viruses. It is important to consider the people behind the success of our economy, and they are the business people. But during this pandemic, a lot of businesses are being closed. And now that we have the chance to help them, let's give them hope and love that starts here. The city garden enriches the cultural inclusivity and that creates a strong bond that will help them grow beyond as an individual and has unity as a community. It is also a great venue to create a difference and build something that we can offer to the future generations. To minimize the negative impact of building by efficiency and moderation through vegetations and vertical gardening, it will be helpful to maintain its sustainability. It also gives an empathy that has a great impact to people's lives. The vision is to create city gardens, a highly urbanized structure moving towards industrialization and agricultural modernization, providing globally competitive trade and services in a disaster-resilient environment, with empowered citizenry and enjoying a better quality of life. City Garden, a place for our culture, our business, and our future. As an aspiring architect, I see this as an opportunity because I believe that being an architect is not a mere profession, but it is a mission to create a design for what the people need and what the people feel. It's about making an impact in people's lives. Once again, the sustainable reimagined Tagum City Cultural and Trade Center, City Gardens. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Karen. Judges, I'd like to open the floor to you if you have comments or questions.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Azumi, you want to go ahead? Please go
ahead. Go ahead, Ravi.
Okay. So Karen, thank you for the presentation. Very colorful, very cheerful. One thing which it covered was, hygiene issues, commerce, traffic issues, your health issues. You covered light and ventilation. Everything was covered except empathy, I thought. So that's something that I was really looking at, and it was just used as an adjective in 3 or 4 instances. I know that you're trying to uplift lives, you're trying to transform lives, but what I would definitely would have loved to see further was how is it all, as an architect, and the topic given to you was empathy, right? Is this really tackling empathy as an issue, is what my question is. I would have rather, the second point that I would like to make is, again, rigid forms. I thought your pavilion, which was an internal space, could have actually been exposed to the outside, as opposed to having a rigid form to engage, to enable commerce, to enable trade. You could have had just this entire structure as a pavilion, because it's coming at the confluence of 2 major traffic roads, and your entrance is happening right at that corner, and there's vehicular traffic happening there. What if I had conceived, because I saw your before image and an after image. Your before image was a pavilion, was a fluid mass, which enabled people flexibility inside, people to move around, which is what you've given internally. Right now, you've given rigid forms on the periphery. So these were 2 things that I need answers for.
So, in the first question, I want to, empathy is not really an issue, but it is an way of us, an architecture or an aspiring designer, that we have to see, and we have to see what is the community or the people should be dealing with. Or as an architect, we have the eyes to see what the people are struggling about, and these people are actually they don't really care about architecture, actually, because if you are in a poor family, at the end of the day, you only want to provide for your family, and you don't actually see yourself being in a comfortable way by just providing for your family. So I think it is a big role for us as an architect to give empathy to those people. And to the second question, I think the pavilion will be a venue for those people, the people that are being away from the happy life, or like they are being always on working, so they can have the venue to have a place so they can enjoy life, even if it is very hard for them, especially now that we have the pandemic. We can't really avoid the people being so crowded, so this place will be a good venue to a place to have a comfort. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that answers you, Ravi.
Yep, thank you. Yeah.
Great. Izumi, you have something to add on just now?
No, not at this moment.
All right, thank you, Izumi. Kazuma, Paul, Nicholas, anything you'd like to ask or add? Okay, good. Okay, Kazuma?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I think the success of this project is that you created, by using the very small scale of, the pitched, repeat of that pitched roof, and by creating kind of like a good density of the design, I could feel kind of like lively atmosphere, by the activity of the people. That is what I liked on this project. My question is actually a little bit similar as Ravi, maybe, because you have very open, how can I say? I can feel that kind of very lively atmosphere inside that courtyard, around that courtyard, but you basically closed this architecture to the city side, I mean the road side. So because as you showed on the first movie, one of the characteristics of the Philippines a good urban situation is that you can see the people activity on the street. You have a very rich street activity, but you are now creating that the activity basically inside the site, right? Is that what you wanted to create?
What is the question again? I don't really understand. Sorry.
My question, simply to say, is that you basically close the building to the, outside.
The building.
So what Kazuma meant was, your objective is to connect people through the garden, but in terms of when you deliver the structure, it closes up. So he asked you to elaborate and explain your approach.
So I actually consider also the security of the goods inside the building, because it is a commerce center or a trade center. So there are a lot of products inside there. So I also consider this, but there are doors that are actually closing, very secured, so that there are also security inside. So the connection between the inside and the outside of the building is also a good creative way to because building nowadays are really minimalist or being in concrete, and they are not really exposed to nature or trees. So this is good way to give them an airflow or the natural light and ventilation.
Brandon, can I
Yes, of course.
something? Yeah, okay. Karen, I noticed that in your earlier presentation, you mentioned about how you pick up the element of traditional weaving and translate into the facade and also some part of the roof form of the building. But in the center of the building, suddenly you introduce the free-form parametric roof structure, which is, I don't think it's jive at all with the traditional weaving form, which is nicely done at the main building. But what you introduce at the garden is totally different. So is there any reason for that?
Actually, my design is actually the concept is the banana leaf. So the pavilion or the curvaceous lattice roof is actually a reflection of a leaf of a banana. So it has a curve. So I think I thought it was a good idea to incorporate it in weaving pattern. So it is like a cultural with a small amount of a modern structure.
All right, thanks, Karen. Thanks. Kazuma, did Karen manage to answer your question just now? Okay, great. Okay, judges, I think that would be all for Karen. Time is almost up. Okay, thank you, Karen, for your time. Judges can have a quick 10 minutes toilet break. Let's come back at 12:05 Singapore time. Which is different time zones, but I don't know where you are, but 12:05, about 10 minutes. Okay, I'll see everyone at 12:05 Singapore time. All right.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Sali Adwisakum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team, look for solutions that nobody has thought about, look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Boon Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always we have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate with what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards.
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by Ethos, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paint. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind, that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick form family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind, everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. It's Harvard, it's every architect's dream to go there and study there. Winning this award was a huge thing, because my life changed overnight. Before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, it changes completely. It just kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed, and I feel I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here. And in retrospect, I would like to say that, kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition. It completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA Award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
To log in, and then we have 10 more to go for the day, and tomorrow we have the interior design category. For those who have missed out, earlier today's session we had finalists from Japan, China, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and the Philippines presenting their final project, their final titles to our judges. And for the remaining of the day, for segment 2, we will have finalists from Singapore, Taiwan, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Then we'll go into a lunch break, followed by the last segment of the day, where India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Iran, and Turkey will do their presentation. So I have most of my judges back. Always, as usual, it's always very intense and exciting, right? So we all have to, for those who were for those who are still watching, I think we have about 100 people watching on YouTube Live at the moment. We have, basically everyone, all our judges will have very limited washroom break, very limited lunch break, all in the name of raising the next generation of design leaders. So welcome back, judges. Next, I would like to bring on Tyler from the National University of Singapore with his project, The Water Parliament, Bangkok City 2100. Right, Tyler, you ready?
Brandon, the ID number?
Oh, sorry, apologies. ID 31.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tyler, you ready?
Hi, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you. So over to you, Tyler.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tyler from Singapore, and today I'm going to present my project called The Water Parliament. Bangkok has long been known as the Venice of the East for its extensive network of canal. However, like many other global cities, it faces the challenge of rising sea levels. Due to sea level rising 4 mm every year, extensive groundwater extraction and soft clay conditions, part of Bangkok are sinking by 2 cm annually. This means that the whole city is projected to be submerged by water completely in 2100. In Thailand, water holds sacred values as seen in festivals such as Songkran and Roi Katong. Besides being a big part of their religious celebrations, water also plays a big part in Thai economy through floating markets and tourism. Therefore, with climate constantly changing over the years, water, which used to be a sacred element that brings life and civilizations, could threaten the future survival of the Thai people as the water level started rising and spread further inland. If many of you recall Thailand's worst flood in 2011, it showcases that water which has a sacred meaning to the Thai people actually causes a great environmental and economical impact to their home and family. Apart from Bangkok, other vulnerable cities and countries also affected by rising sea levels. For example, Indonesia plans to shift its capital Jakarta further inland at Kalimantan due to the urban sinking of Jakarta. Besides that, Hong Kong has implemented infrastructures such as seawalls and underground rain tunnel storage to cope with the rising sea levels. However, while these solutions help to delay the problem of flooding, they do not address the root of the problem at the level of city planning. Adding on, typically, global studies on rising sea levels are always projected 100 years in advance, which is very different from normal future planning due to the small noticeable changes within a short period of time. As such, what I'm trying to do here is to use the worst case scenario of the sea level rise to speculate scenarios that brings awareness and causing the local Thai people to relook at these environmental threats differently. The Water Parliament is a reimagination of a city that pertains to the commons of water and subject to the groups of people living in the island who wish to protect their homeland and establish water infrastructures that allow them to contribute and safeguard their home in the future when the ground changes and sea level rise. My design proposed how the city are able to not just coexist in the event that rising sea levels are unpreventable, but also thrive and becoming prosperous under the conditions of flooding. Taking the reference of the Asian Venetians who built the Republic of Venice by working in harmony with nature and slowly turning part of Bangkok City back into an aquatic town. Therefore, the first movement to move the country resilience is to study the possibilities of various water management systems and future water urbanism redevelopment to examine and also explore the significance of water and how peculiar it is to the Thai people and their society. Instead of being scared and fighting against it, it aims to encourage them to adapt to the condition of rising sea and investigate the transparency of water urbanism that can continue to unfold and play out the liveliness of the city, making Bangkok a more magnificent city while achieving sustainability. Specifically to the context of this project, currently, Phra Nakhon district was chosen as the first district to be reconnected with water due to the geological ground that it was used to be an Rattanakosi island that was surrounded by water in all four directions during the Rattanakosi Kingdom in 1972. And situated in the year 2100, the new master plan showed the scenario where low-rise buildings around the Chao Phraya River are submerged by water, and water is now the geological ground of the district of this Phra Nakhon. The Water Parliament imagines Bangkok as an aquatic town, with water playing key roles in the religious life, economy, tourism of the city. It works on 3 design strategies that outline the alternative mode of the city planning that reimagine how urban life can coexist with the sea level rise. And the 3 architectural interventions and infrastructures are the spiritual embankment, the inhabitable scaffolds, and also the mangrove lagoon. As these architectural redevelopment are envisioned to be carried out throughout 3 phases from now till 2100. Each of these 3 booklets carries different infrastructures and guidelines that could help to educate the people on the various benefits of water and how they can contribute to the redevelopment of these cities. By summarizing what environmental challenges they will be facing by living at different locations across the whole island and what actions needed to be done from now to prepare themselves in the years to come. Firstly, the spiritual embankment is an architectural proposal that conserves religious monuments while preserving the commons and key lifeblood of the city. Rings of defense are built around ancient and historic monuments to keep them dry, while other portions are allowed to be flooded with cleansed seawater. As visitors enter the religious ground, they are surrounded by pools with aqua healing functions with purification rites. A series of bathhouses and communal dining food halls are situated around the water ponds, while the market has boat docking platforms. During the initial construction of the embankment, a water funnel will be created to harvest the rainwater that will be used to support the various water facilities in the future. After which, the purification pond and thermal bathhouse spaces were created during the second phase of the construction that infused water with different meanings. Finally, besides experiencing the slow change of ground, new business spring up along the water trails as the local adjusted to this new way of living with water, and link bridges are deliberately designed as gateway that connects different monuments as they can, and the local actually start up their small business such as street carts along these monuments trail. Even though the spiritual embankments appears to keep the water out, it actually takes element of water and use it in a unique way that generates different kind of lifestyle. As for the second strategy, the inhabitable scaffold is designed to preserve the community engagement, showcasing how life is going to move on and advance with infrastructures that allow the local Thai people to continue their life above the water. In this process, the scaffold infrastructures are erected for areas that are outside the embankment, with inhabitable spaces activated above existing building as the seawater rise. These inhabitable scaffolds builds upon the concept of the living scaffold, which is heavily influenced by the scaffold element of the existing infrastructures in Bangkok. It ranges from illegal pop-up markets to street vendors' cart, and even the illegal veranda additions to the permanent residence. It's designed to allow most infrastructures that are outside spiritual embankment to be redeveloped with this new habitable space above. And using the flexibility of scaffolding to enable architecture to act as a vessel that the local inhabitants could actually build their own house and improve their lifestyle through the integration of water management, literally when the grounds becomes aquatic. The initial stage of the redevelopment would be the extension of street functions outwards and freeing out the interior space of the existing infrastructures for future redevelopment. While preparing for sea level rise, the construction preparation of moving outwards in phase 2, existing buildings like shophouse were used as incubator ground for food farming. And as the water rises over the years, the front porch design of this shophouse will be converted into boat docking with link bridges constructed as gateway for pedestrian connectivity between infrastructures. And third architecture is the mangrove lagoon. This lagoon helps to preserve tourism in Bangkok by reactivating more water surface for tourist attractions. Located at the edge of Old River of Ratatakosi Island, natural mangrove are converted into eco tourism park, supported by the floating markets where locals sell foods and retail, while floating apartment host eco chalets for the tourists. With the large volume of river water that flows southwards during the monsoon period, the mangrove lagoon will help to build up soil from the river sediment, acting as a coastal defense for the island against strong wave, river trash, and storm. Due to the urbanization over the years, some of the current river edge along Chao River are no longer suitable to grow natural elements like mangrove naturally. Therefore, the mangrove incubator are constructed for mangrove to grow and thrive in the initial stage. And once the mangrove become mature, the roots will break through the incubator and expand to the riverbed, with broken parts becoming permanent natural buffer of the island. And lastly, over time, the mangrove will wrap around the whole floating unit, acting as a natural power footing that protects the local inhabitants who are living above the water. Right now, rising sea level is a threat to many cities, and the urban response is typically to erect walls to slow down and resist the influx of water. However, the Water Parliament proposed the alternative scenarios where threats is turned into opportunity. Besides imagining Bangkok as an aquatic town, with water playing key roles in the religious life, economic, and tourism of the city, my project actually questions, can the city embrace water as a way of life in a way that enhances their existing religious and economic habits instead of destroying it? And also, can urban planners and architects imagine a city of the future where history and the new forms of urbanism coexist? With that, I would like to end off my presentation with a conclusion statement, animations.
This maximum city that is culturally rich and complex in its urbanism will be transformed into a new and wet water parliament that showcases how the identity views of water and the local community spirit of embracing these climate-induced changes can possibly be valued as an opportunity.
That can be replica in other city or within the city, that we need more space, more place to hold the water, like our beloved King Rama IX, thinking about the monkey sheep concept. So this part is actually part and inspired by His Majesty concept of
average right now. It's maybe about 4 or 5 millimeters per year. During the high tide, for example, the sea level is already higher than Bangkok. It's like the desert. For Bangkok, we cannot protect only ourselves because you are only a small area under the big tide. So you have to call with the central government how to manage the water.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Judges, over to you. Anyone would like to jump on first?
Brandon, I think
Yes.
the graphic, the presentation is perfect. It's beautifully done. I really like the way that it is presented with the topic, the preservation of the ancient city, and the tradition. I think in terms of the presentation is perfect. But I think it's very interesting concept that how I think the Thai people, the country want to embrace the incoming water rather than putting a barrier, rejecting water, because I think it's not, there are not much choice that they can take. But my concern is that now living together with water, there are other things that probably you need to take into consideration in terms of city management, sewage, even the structure of the building. The building may not be originally designed to be in the sunken city. So in terms of structure, maybe this is where actually a special coating needs to be applied. Maybe this is where Nippon also can play a big role for the protection of the structure from water penetration that will affect the structure. So otherwise, if you do not take into consideration of this element, then you may not be able to preserve the building. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Izumi.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, anyone? Ravi, you've unmuted.
Yeah, Tyler, again, I must compliment you. This is the first time I'm seeing someone represent their scheme in a manner which I have never personally seen before. So it's brilliantly demonstrated. Just one quick comment and probably a question hidden there. If this topic was on resilience or climate change, I would have loved this solution. But I'd definitely like to know where the empathy component comes in here in your design. You have tackled a big issue, which is climate change. You have tackled a big issue which Thailand faces time and again on rising sea levels. Where does the empathy component come in? And third is the representation of the mangroves as isolated trees. Whatever I have seen of mangroves is a dense water jungle. And we, at least in the city that I live in Mumbai, we do not permit any sort of construction around a mangrove area because that acts as a tidal barrier for Mumbai city and helps us in some manner to reduce the rising sea levels. So these are three questions. The first one being a comment, and the second one being the question as to where does the empathy component come in, and third is the representation of the mangroves as a destination rather than leaving it alone untouched. Ideally, I'd love to leave it untouched.
Okay. To answer your questions and maybe elaborate about how I came up with this project, the thinking process of this project, and also the main growth. Firstly, regarding empathy, how the empathy came to play into these projects, I think the reason why I choose this project and I choose water is because water is a very, like I mentioned, is a very strong sacred elements to the Thai people, and in the way that they're actually celebrating it every year with like events that has water involved. So I'm trying to, in a way that using this element to let them start to think that there's some actions needed to be done, and instead of like using existing solutions to address these unpredictable challenges of like rising sea, I think I took it in a different approach where I use imaginations to how they can actually start to realize that they have to take some actions to actually protect this water and not seeing as a threat in the many years to come. And regarding mangrove, I think I also partly mentioned in some of my slides that the area that I have chosen for this project is used to be an island in the past, which I believe they are actually surrounded by natural elements, possibly like some trees or mangrove. But because due to urbanization over the years, all these plants and natural elements are actually being destroyed and make ways for roads and buildings. So in a way, when I'm thinking of like since I'm trying to reimagine the different possibility of what the city can be, I feel that it's best to bring back this natural element like mangrove that actually has these functions of protecting the island, also help to basically bring back how I imagine the island will used to be in the past, in the future.
I hope that answers you, Ravi.
Yeah, so I think the trend today, wherever mangroves have been depleted, is to revive the mangroves in a big manner, because that's your natural tide barrier, and it surprisingly reviving mangrove is not very difficult. It's quite a quick affair, and just needs commitment from all of us.
Thank you, Ravi. Anyone else would like to comment or ask a question? Right, that means everyone is clear. That's wonderful. All right, thank you, Tyler, for your time. All did great, like judges said. Thank you,
Tyler.
judges.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
All right, have a great day. Next, while we're admitting her, next we have Sharon from Fengjia University of Taiwan with her project called Vertical Village, and her ID is 32, judges. Yeah, hi Sharon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, you can start anytime you want.
Okay.
You want a full screen? Yeah, great, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Sharon, and I'm here today to tell you a story of a vertical village, an urban healing journey set in my town in Taiwan. It is a design that seeks to redefine a student dormitory, but more importantly, it is a story of connections between man, nature, and society when we look into the details of everyday life. So let's start. In the process of researching urban life, I found that most of the people are living under the pressure of the city. Everyone is potentially lonely, especially in this post-pandemic era. As we avoid public spaces, we start to feel disconnected, detached from people and from the sense of time and space. During the lockdown period, many people experienced a higher level of stress and social isolation. And at the end of a burned out day in college or at work, I think that we are all truly looking for a place to heal and settle down. But these kinds of spaces are very rare in the city. And so the design challenge that I want to ask today to all of us is, can we use the power of the spaces that we live in favor of healing and well-being? Healing is the process of making or becoming healthy again. And the definition of health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. It's not just that you're not sick, that you're healthy, but you need to pay attention to what's happening in your body, mind, and soul. And there are different forms of healing. We can heal through making connections, through our 5 senses, through being alone, through experiencing joy, love, and sharing in a community that matters most to us. And finally, we can heal through noticing the passing of time. And so there are a lot of ways to do this. And I want to explore these possibilities with you today. There's a specific story of healing that I like to share today, located in this corner of the world, in the island of Taiwan, a country with a hot and humid climate, surrounded by mountains and seas. 3 years ago, I traveled from my home country to this beautiful island, to the semi-urban city of Taichung, central Taiwan, which is where our design is located. This is a picture taken from the gap in one of my campus buildings. It is a scene I see every day, and I think it can summarize my city in just one frame. Across a sprawl of buildings, we can see mountains and nature being slipped in between. It is just like a forest city. And from this one scene, I think we can all observe that the urban texture of Taiwan is very unique. It is governed by a lot of lines and frames, and yet, despite being so close to nature, the boundaries of each individual building are so indifferent. There's not much dialogue or interaction happening with the surroundings. And I think it's very different from the experience that I got from the people of Taiwan, who are known for their 人情味, which is their sense of empathy and humanity towards anyone. And so the design starts from this urban observation of these contradictions and of this specific site located near a riverside, surrounded by parks and trees and also local buildings, dilapidated commercial shops and high-rises. And thus on the site, very close to the campus grounds, we wish to create a co-living student dormitory that can bring together the characteristics of a house and a city by exploring in between these frames, that it can not only provide college students the healing that they need after a long day, but also provide for the surrounding community, that the elderly people who come by every morning to exercise can have a place to rest in, for the people who walk their dogs and jog in the evening as well. We wish to create something that is embedded in the community itself. And so we look towards the local vocabulary. And by observing the urban codes and the things that are happening around the site, we can see the different experiences we can have at the ground level, such as the different textures and elements of the buildings, the facades, to the protruding windows. And through these colors, these elements, we can also see their relationship with the sky. This verticality and the lines in between make up the aesthetic memory of the community. And all of these field observations come into the form of a simple hand-drawn puzzle, just like a memory puzzle, so that the design is developed from the urban fabric itself to dive deep into the narratives that are already existing. So the narrative starts from the inside out, from observing what happens, the light and the darkness experienced in the alleys, the relationship to the sounds, the smells, and the local temperatures, creating narrations that work in favor of healing and well-being by encouraging relationships between us and nature, urban culture, and local lifestyle. And the design concept is to create this three-dimensional unit organization of the dormitory to create a vertical village that introduces gaps where natural light, the air, and the greenery can come in to live with us and to explore between these gaps, to break the ordinary horizontal suit life of a typical student living in Taiwan. And such, in the series of design processes, from the segmentation of the traditional Taiwanese street house and to play with the skyline and creating gaps between these main volumes, to create a breathing settlement that corresponds to the hot and humid climate that it lives in. And through circulation and landscaping, at the end of the day, this building ultimately becomes a part of the park itself. So the house is no longer a closed and independent object, but a scaled down village. It will encompass the intimacy that we need while taking advantage of the nature of the city. An element full of random events, such as an alley, where we can view the sceneries of the city, but we can also have random encounters with the people and thus reconnect with the surroundings. And the expression of this vertical village is created through the double skin, like the protruding city windows, like the tree trunks of the nearby park, to let the people who are living in the upper levels experience the same way the morning light sways in through the trunk. And the double skin also encourages this chance, this middle ground, a space that can buffer humidity and temperature. And thus, through natural passive ways, we can reduce our energy use. And this corner echoes the journey along the river, just like a tree that has just popped up of the ground something that is already creating a dialogue within its context. And let's start the healing journey from the first floor, from the roots of this building. As you are walking on the riverside, you see this corner cafe, which acts as the lobby of the dormitory, but it is also open for the public. And you are invited inside by the heavy colors on the walls and the floor. And you're invited to sit down, have a chat. And as you sit down, you can look out the window to the greenery that surrounds you. You can place your hands on the soft texture of the wood, and you can look up at the hanging plantings above your head. And this verticality encourages you to feel like you are in an open space in the city, but you're actually in a secluded, safe space. And I believe that colors must not only be functional, but it should also connect with the emotions that we feel in the space to encourage healing through vision and touch. There should be different experiences as we walk, as we sit, as we stand, and such. It should be a design response at a human scale. And besides the cafe, there's a place for you after a tiring day to meditate, to stretch and do yoga, and to experience a reconnection with your own self. And this space faces the riverside, inviting the elderly people to come here when they finish their morning routines and need a space to rest. It also faces the entrance to this dormitory, which is this long courtyard surrounded by trees that can remind you whenever you go home to pay attention to the path that you're walking on, to the growing leaves, to your body, and the passing of time. After starting the journey from the ground floor, we start to go back to our own more personal spaces, one by one, until we reach the roof park on the top floor, where we can gaze at the stars at the end of the day. It is the end of a journey for that day, but it is also the start of a journey for another day. And thus, this cycle of healing becomes a part of the building itself. I believe that architecture should not be objects without emotions, but they should be vessels for different vibrant events, such as the 24 solar terms that we celebrate here in Taiwan. As we see the native plantings, we are seeing the passing of time, of seasons being touchable to us. They echo the cycle of growth that maybe we are forgetting in our daily lives. And such, on the coming of spring, we can experience the blossoming of trees and flowers. And we can also experience the cool droplets of rain in some exposures in the gaps. And we can also feel the coming wind of the summer and the vibrant colors, and also the autumn, where the deciduous trees start to lay their leaves. And thus, through these series of events, we start to have more empathy towards all living things. We understand that we are a part of this cycle, that we are whole in one in this circle of life. And so from being detached from time, we start to slowly return to becoming a part of this balance itself. And such, we grow alongside with nature. And through this cluster dwelling, we start to try to live in between the gray areas, in the gaps, bathing constantly in sunlight and breeze, looking constantly to what's happening outside. And through these flexible voids that act as public spaces, interwoven with a series of smaller living units, we can experience a different lifestyle, a healthier lifestyle. And these modular units are scalable as we try to think of the future of housing, as we try to think when the population grows and we cannot use too much land, is how to think about the possibilities of co-living. And I wish for these units to be prototypes that can be placed anywhere in Taiwan, because it reacts to the local climate and lifestyle here, to the humidity and high temperatures by encouraging ventilation and planting. And thus, through the choice of living in a space, from being on our own to living with another person to a group of people, we are also understanding the importance of healing through many different methods, through being connected to nature, to adequate natural lighting, to experience the simplicity of functional furniture arrangement, to the colors and the warmth in the shared public spaces within these units, to making interactions with people. And through these clusters, they combine into a bigger village of its own. And by introducing these elements into the experience of daily life, the building strives to be not only practical, but also versatile to multiple different uses throughout the day. And because at the end of the day, I believe that the true climate action is when we don't even realize that we are a part of a bigger thing, that the empathy towards the world we live in has become so much embedded in our behavior and our lifestyle. When we go home and we have some time to water the garden that is shared with other people, we are already participating in climate action and sustainable cities. This is something very important. We can use passive design, simple and natural tree management. We can start to respond to our carbon footprint. And by using the materials that are locally available, we not only expand our aesthetic memory, but we also react to the circular economy in our daily lives. I believe that as architects, we should design beautiful, non-generic spaces that also celebrate the trees and local plantings, the birds and the butterflies, and the local community. We should try to tap into the local rituals, how people move through a space and use it, and develop our design from it. Because at the end of the day, true sustainability happens with empathy, and it starts in our daily lives. I believe that when every small individual can heal themselves, we can start to heal other people. And that is when the journey really starts. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I hope you have a very beautiful day.
Thank you, Sharon, for the sharing. Judges, I would like to invite you guys to comment and ask questions, please.
She tells the story really well, Sharon. Very nicely narrated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, Ravi, I agree. She took us to a journey very, very well. But I have a few questions. Because your description of the project is nicely done, you have mentioned about the color is not just the color, but the color is with emotion. In your project, where are you emphasizing that? And one question. Second question, you said architecture should be the object of emotion. Again, describe that to me in your project. The third is a little bit technical. Are you saying that you're using double skin? And how does that work? I mean, I did not quite get it. So these are the three questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah.
Thank you. Then I will answer the first question. For the colors, I imagine it to be that because in this project, we did not really have a lot of time to emphasize on everything. But I would like to imagine if the colors can create emotions, it will be from the memory of the community itself. Because when walking in the streets of Taiwan, you get to see a lot of very unique colors on the streets, on the facades of the building, painted by the community itself, like from very maybe rare colors like blue or yellow or things like that. I would like to have a better chance to maybe observe what that reacts to the people who see those colors. And maybe colors can also be a part of the seasons that we are experiencing. So in my project, I tend to make the colors inside the building a little bit more tuned out. So it's like gray and warm colors, but I would like to emphasize the native plantings that are around the building itself, that at certain points there will be blossoming in different colors and such, and it will remind them of maybe one part of the solar term that perhaps right now is actually the coming of spring, or right now is the awakening of the insects. So maybe this time of the year, we should feel generous with our people. We should celebrate certain events in that year. So I think that emotions truly comes from the culture that we live in. At certain times of the year, you will experience certain different kind of feelings with the community we live in. And I would like for the colors inside the building to create this atmosphere where you can feel a lot more peaceful with yourself. Yeah, so there will be like different sides to this. And for architecture as objects of emotions, I think that sometimes we kind of try to think architecture to just solve the functional matters. But I think that in my project, at least, I try to create these random kind of blank spaces that I wish for the people to try to make something out of it. I don't tell them what this function of the space is, but I wish that maybe they can think of, perhaps this is a place I want to work in the weekend, to work on my lecture or whatever. Yeah, and things like that, these random events, I think can create a living architecture. I think that a lot of the times we think architecture as a finished project, but within this project, I wish that it is an unfinished blank canvas for people to put their thoughts into. And the double skin, this part, because in Taiwan, it is very common that we live in spaces where the outer wall is the outer wall and there's nothing in between us and the outside. But actually, it is much better when we have a buffer in between. And I know that in this project, maybe it's not clear yet, but what I imagine it to be is perhaps this double skin can become a kind of small space where people can walk in, but it can also buffer the temperature before coming into our personal space. And maybe through the native plantings that are hanging on the walls itself or the windows, it can also help filter in those things for us. Yeah, so those are my thoughts for the 3 questions.
Thank you, Sharon. I hope that answered you, Paul.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. I have time for one more comment or question. Anyone? Right.
There's no one. Yes. So I like Sharon, I think covering light, air, and nature, which are fundamentals of architecture, is truly a rare commodity now in many solutions that we come across. I think that's very critically handled by you. Although your design intervention is a very small, minuscule intervention, and you did mention that it is expandable. And I like the way that the seasonal characteristics were captured, because we look at architecture as just a static element, whereas you've used the unbuilt form, the trees, as a dynamic element, which gets you those seasonal changes. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Sharon, for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Next, I have Daniel from Universitas Catholic Sochi Pranata, Indonesia, with his project Smoke Country Relish. Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll share my screen.
Sorry,
Sure.
What's his number?
Sorry, apologies. His number is 33. 33. All right, okay.
Okay, I'll share my screen.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great joy to meet you. Hi, I'm Daniel Jensen from Indonesia. Before any words, I would like to ask, do we realize if the most our countries are connected with water as a significant element in our life? Watery environment endures our civilization for a long time. As country consists of islands, my homeland, Indonesia, lavished by coastal cultures, we gain the source and evolve as sea frontliners by an absolute time. Let me take you to witness my city, Semarang, that is located in the northern Java Island. In Bandar Hajo district, inhabit legendary sea cookery, fish smokers for decades. for practice on preserving food inherent in this place. Delicious cuisines are born from the method and become national identity. But in between their delicacy, they must suffer from natural deterioration. Meet has Tuti, a smoker, that tells the calamity among her people.
Kadang tongkol, ya kerja apa mah? Nulis, apa berita saya nggak tahu. Kadang tinggal ngitungnya mah.
By the end, if we neglect them all, what we can do to balance this change, including maintain our habitat resilience, I'm glad to propose our design project, Smoke Counterlist, that answer by eliminating urban character upon appropriateness. Interestingly, I shall introduce the proper mindset. In way to save our empathy is not to outsmart those indigenous. Instead, we can elaborate on our intelligence with the experience they perceived. Starting from the urban scheme, Bandar Harjo district is blended with the colonization relics. The district is divided by two water lanes. The first one castrated land named Baru Canal. It was popular use for water transportation in the late 40s. And the second is Semarang River, which crosses naturally to the west. At the riverbank, settled fishmokers' kampung with the natural disaster. By threat of subsidence, they predicted we'll lose inland support by the next decade. Discussing smoker population. From last 20 years data, at the end of 2020, they only left in the northern area with only 50 groups operating. Meanwhile, secondary class stigma is attached. Dominantly argument or stand the man that choose to work as handmill at the board. Based on the facts, the answer to preventing cultural extinction is to secure the perimeter appropriately. We try to list significant relocation and preservative value from the existing. As we seek the district, heritage boundary from the old city has prominent value, figured by a deserted colonial building beside the canal named Marabunta Warehouse. We can reuse the building as we secure the population by embracing the culture with a tourism strategy.
Sorry, Daniel, can you put in your earphones? We can't hear you
I'm
very
sorry.
clearly. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we'll give you a bit of time. Thanks, Ravi, for the reminder.
Okay.
All right, much better. Continue, please.
Hereby, the actual stature of the warehouse, with its damage and loss. Also, progressive change surrounding the area. Talking about potential found, we identify tons of leftover materials spread around the location. These materials possibly can be reused to develop building modules. We try to collect and classify the stuff, starting from the character and the amount. For the next step, we introduce an algorithm approach to help visualization and preferred form iteration. Sort of recorded materials, then assembled into a library that is relevant to the building parts. So, if we run the algorithm from this robust sequence, it will be translated into a relevant library, including prediction and material demand for each unit. also enhance visual necessity by mimicking existing kampung as design typology. Regarding the constructability, we encourage the local to construct each building collectively. As pictured above, a large smoker house can take 10 days with 4 workers estimated. In the bigger arrangement, the warehouse is divided based on its function. In mutualism with the conservation, several building modules complete the heritage relics. As mentioned, frontage for stalls and span structure for the level support. More about the hierarchy. Ground floor plan has been split into 4 sections: fish smokers area, main area, merchant, and utility area. Starting from the fish smoker area, openings are the most crucial requirement. We answer it by locating them in warehouse area that already lost its covering. In here, the visitors can enjoy the richness of the traditional method with their very own senses. Then, the tourist landmark, or the main attraction area. It is arrayed with stalls and shops, which are deployed into 2 levels. As the travelers explore the corridor, they comfort with the natural light from the above and wind plantation surround. The merchant corner, which distinctly used for fish smoke eatery and food court. It also consists of 2 levels with span structure support. To complete the raw smoking process, in this section, people pampered with the taste of authentic cuisine as harmonic trajectory. For the articulation detail, both sections implicate the characteristic of the kampung. We also enhance the local mechanism, like a pulley and elevated structure, to adapt the soil quality. And the latest one, if we measure the wall impact on the urban scale, by reusing the warehouse, it is expected to rejuvenate water activity on the Baru Canal beside it. In my final closing, I will state a short documentary that probe and humanize indigenous thought with the project.
Tunggu mas, Pinara. Yo, sekarang alhamdulillah, udah enak. Pengasap kayak kita nih ditata ning panggon sing jebar. Sekarang di sini aktivitasnya komplit. Dari jemur, yang ngasap, sama dimasak. Dulu asapnya ya masalah. Nanging, mergo kita memiliki ning panggon terbuka ya mas. Ditambah, serbange saikan tinggi-tinggi.
Iya, awalnya yang kesini coba-coba. Lah kok enak. Makanya ya merembet gitu pelanggannya. Di sini tuh jualnya pindang serani, dibumbu asam manis kuahnya. Ada pepes ikan asap, dibungkus daun pisang sama bumbunya. Sama satu lagi yang paling diminati, mangut ikan asap. Pakai kuah santan sama rempah.
Yang melihat satu kapel 1.500 hadiah langsung.
Tempatnya itu loh, masih sama bentukannya, sama suasananya. Kayak di kampung sewaktu bapak saya jualan.
Jenengan wis lihat sing dateng belum? Wah, iku sing moro bule-bule, Mas. Kalau nganti gumun, pada foto-foto wisata.
Ya, konon ngendikane Simbah, Marabunta ya tempate wong Londo, Mas, dagang. Sekarang dialih fungsiin buat kita ini penjaga budaya maritim katanya.
Ya jauh lah intinya, luwih resik. Wong setiap prosesnya dikasih panggung sendiri.
Mimpinya ya ndak muluk-muluk lah. Kita yang hidup dari ngasep ini bisa tetap urip lan eksis lewat wisata.
Oh, Mas. Tapi iki budaya wonge dhewe lah, Mas. Mboten saged ucul saking laut.
As the finalization of the project, the deeper discovering, hope, and dream of indigenous, we believe by only preserve and nurture our identity, it absolutely valuable to devote our remembrance as a part of global union. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation and the video. Judges, over to you.
Hi, Daniel, this is Ravi here. I think very brilliant, very nicely done. I think you've tackled several issues in your presentation. Preservation, adaptive reuse, culture, forgotten cuisine, people, and commerce. I think you've captured it all. Thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravi. Anyone else have questions or comments? I see Azumi. Yeah.
Brandon, looking at the food presented, it makes us hungry. It's about lunchtime in Singapore now. But
I knew Azumi is going to say this.
Yeah, I was thinking if he was going to bring that up. But anyway,
the narrative is very interesting. How actually architecture is not just about building; it's about culture. And today we can see that how you incorporate food into part of architecture as well. So actually, architecture is bigger than just building, built environment. It's about the software, the content inside the hardware itself as well. Very beautifully done.
Thank you, Izumi. Kazuma, Paul, Nicholas, if you guys have anything to add. Wonderful, great. Thank you, Daniel, for your time. Well done. And have a nice day ahead. All right. Okay, I know it's almost lunchtime, guys. Brace with me. Okay, Daniel, you can log out now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Next, we have Chanon Panayang from Raja Malanga University of Technology, Thanyaburi, Thailand, with his project called Weave. And his ID is 34. I remember now, Ravi. His ID is 34. And he'll be presenting in Thai with an interpreter. And then during the Q&A, judges, we will have to ask him questions in English and then translate back and forth to get our desired result. All right. Okay. Let me just admit him first. Tech team, can we admit them?
Brandon, we do not see the translation.
Yeah, let me just, oh no, presenting in English, so you won't see the interpretation button.
Okay.
Yeah, it's presenting in English side by side with the interpreter. Jana, tech team, can you guys assist? Right.
Hello.
Hi, Chanon.
Hi. Sawadee krap.
All right, you can start anytime you want with your interpreter, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Shannon, don't start yet.
Yes.
To update you.
And the slides presentation.
Oh, wait, sorry, Chanon, wait, your friend is not in yet. The
Yes.
interpreter. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Nikki, ready?
Yes.
Okay, guys, there's an interpretation button if you need it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jana, can we start?
Sorry, can you guys hear anything? Or am I, are we waiting for something?
Yeah, we're waiting for the interpreter to get ready. Just give us another minute.
Thanks, because I muted the original audio. Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you go a bit louder?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, great, wonderful.
Okay, let me set the audio just a second. Oh, okay, I'm all set.เริ่มเลย Wetland Nature Reserve in Illinois was registered in a Ramsar Treaty. Its official notice at Ramsar as a 948 site in 1998, which is the first site of Thailand. It is a wetland nature reserve that under management and also protect under of land use and activity of Ramsar Treaty. Job and occupation of Illinois community. The occupation is mostly weaving kajut, so it's very important because the community is heavily rely on it. But at the current day, the invasion of the wetland, capitalist forest fire and invasion of public land for unregulated tourism. The invasion It's more and more common that it will lead the unstable of ecosystem. Hello, my name is Hello everyone, my name is Chanon Panayang, the representative of Asia Young Design Award from Thailand, and I'm here to present the WIP project. WIP project is located in the southern of Thailand, in Pathalung province. The site is located in Thale Noi community, which is a part of Songkla Lake area, and the area is also registered as the Ramsar site. It's also known as the Convention on Wetland. But at the current day, there has been an invasion and burning of forest area for the capitalists to transform the area into the oil palm plantation area for more and more palm oil production. This situation has direct impact to the ecosystem greatly. It affects aquatic animals, birds, and land animals that live and depend on this ecosystem. And importantly, the incineration also have direct effect to the kajut tree, which is very important to the both living thing and the way of life of the villager in Thale Noi. It will be damaged beyond recovery if no action has been taken. For this reason, the WIP project was created, a project with the main goal of restoring and conserving wetland and forest area along with community development through the lens of empathy for human, animal, and the environment by proposing a guideline of implementation through the three components of the conservation process, which consists of first, generating revenue for people in the community. Second is the area for reforestation of kajut tree. And lastly, the ability to attract the tourism. With the concept of community development along with the conservation, the project therefore separates into three parts. It consists of WIP project number 1 will act as a both tourist information point and area for kajut sampling, which lead to combine with tourist conservation activity for reforestation to destroy forest. WIP project number 2 act as an observation tower and tourist stop from both activity, also a watchtower for illegal deforestation and burning. WIP project number 3 will provide community with a public space to support tourism and an area for selling local WIP products for Thale Noi community, which these three programs working together. By study, job, and occupation of Thale Noi communities. The occupation is mostly weaving kajut. In every month, there will be a scrap or part of unused gadget and causing pollution to the community when it accumulated in a large number. Therefore, the idea is to collect the leftover gadget to develop and produce as a material used in construction of the weave in every part of the project. Through this following process of mixing gadget dust with lime and water to create a brick. With the WIP project number 1, have a tourist information and service. Is this the first stop for tourists? The main concept of WIP 1 consists of combining 3 programs: 1. Service area for tourists, 2. Planting area for gadget sampling, 3. Community gathering area, with the purpose of integrate the relationship between the villager, tourists, and gadget together to create a good awareness and learning is ushered in WIP 1. The site of WIP 1 is located in the first part of community, which is the area that is heavily used by local. Building plan include this function: 1. Entrance hall, 2. Tourist information area, 3. Marina longboat tail, 4. Community hall, 5. Workshop area, 6. Planting area, 7. Multi-purpose area, 8. Bathroom, and 9. Storage room. The process of designing: 1. Designing the path for project, 2. Increase the area for gadget sampling, 3. Increase the service spot, water closet and storage, 4. Enclose the area with gadget material. From using processed leftover gadget to develop into the brick and combine into a wall of the building. Workshop area demonstrating planting method and using of gadget. This area provides knowledge of how important of this to the community and usage of gadget to visitors and tourists. And the same area can transform into the meeting area for community and tourists who will be informed and prepared before doing any conservation activities. After being informed and prepared inside the WIP, next step is to transport visitors to conservation area by a boat. When arriving at the shore area, we commence the conservation activity. After that, move gadget sampling from the boat to the plant. WIP 2 is responsible for support tourism activity as a checkpoint for tourists, as well as being a watchtower for bird and wildlife observation. In this part of design, the wastewater of gadget was mixed in with ashes obtained from burnt forest, then come together in the form of mobile that can be brought in to assemble and to be able to easily transport to install in the area. with 2 will scatter around the burnt forest area. Subsequently, after the Kajut planting activity were complete, next step is to return to the village, which is the location for width number 3. After entering the village is how the WIP 3 project as a large part of conservation activity, where WIP project number 3 will support activity in the evening of this community and tourists that return from the conservation activity or tourists will come directly to the WIP 3. This area aims to be an area to create a job and income for people in this community from the development and sale of wicker products by the villager. Also support homestay tourism to this community. The internal function consists of area as follows: 1 shop, 2 cafe, 3 Kajut wicker crafting area, 4 toilet. And here is the process of design. Process of construction. Choose steel in construction because it is easily to transport and install. The idea for facade design is using Kajut mixed with cement poured into the PVC sheet and waiting for it to set. All 3 parts of this project will be important to the area and the future of sustainable conservation. Wicker work is more than a conservation project. It is also a continuation of nature, people, culture, communities, and material to create a positive, lasting impact on wetlands and their inhabitants.
Thank you. Thanks, Shannon and Tran. Interpreter as well, thank you. Okay, judges, any questions or comments you'd like to convey?
I must commend Shannon for a brilliant presentation. What was heartening to see is the way he's thought about even producing the material, he's thought about construction, he's thought about the difficulties that one would face. It's truly sustainable, and he's addressed the empathy component as well. Thank you for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Ravi. Translator, can you please help?
ก็ขอบคุณมากนะคะก็อยากที่จะขอชื่นชมสำหรับ presentation ค่ะเป็น presentation ที่ดีมากนะคะก็ทางผู้ present เนี่ยได้กล่าวถึงวัตถุดิบนะคะที่นำมาใช้นะคะวัสดุที่นำมาใช้ถึงการสร้างแล้วก็ยังได้กล่าวถึงประเด็นของความยั่งยืนด้วยนะคะก็แสดงให้เห็นว่ามีความเข้าใจถึงสิ่งที่จะต้องอนุรักษ์แล้วก็ช่วยเหลือนะคะคนที่อยู่ในพื้นที่นั้นชุมชนอย่างดีค่ะThank you very much.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Chana. Judges, anyone else would like to add on or have a question for him? Great, we're pretty clear then. Oh, Kazuma, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's very challenging project, and yeah, I think the design of each single building, like wave 1, 2, 3, is nicely done according to like each building's function and concept. And my question is that you explained something about the circulation of the boat. Is that also for the tourists or just for the that plants?
ค่ะก็สำหรับโปรเจกต์นี้นะคะก็เป็นโปรเจกต์ที่ค่อนข้างท้าทายเลยทีเดียวนะคะซึ่งทางผู้พรีเซนต์เนี่ยได้ดีไซน์นะคะทั้งโปรเจกต์ Weave 1 2 3เนี่ยได้ดีทีเดียวค่ะอยากจะสอบถามคำถามนะคะเรื่องเกี่ยวกับทางการไหลเวียนอากาศ circulation นะคะไม่ทราบว่าอันนี้คือเป็นของที่เกี่ยวข้องกับของทัวริสต์ของนักท่องเที่ยวอย่างเดียวหรือเปล่าคะ
อันนี้ในการpresentation นะครับก็คือจะเล่าผ่านนักท่องเที่ยวครับแต่ว่าในส่วนย่อยของแต่ละโครงการทั้ง3เนี่ยจะมีความสัมพันธ์สำหรับมีความสัมพันธ์กับตัวของชาวบ้านด้วยเพราะว่าทุกส่วนของโครงการเนี่ยทั้งวีฟที่1 2และ3เนี่ยจะมีกลุ่มของชาวบ้านเข้ามาร่วมในการทำกิจกรรมอยู่ด้วยทั้งสิ้นเลยครับ
So from the presentation, it is presented from the perspective of the tourists. However, for all the 3 projects, they are all related to local communities, and the local communities will have participation in all the projects.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, but my question is that how the tourists can visit each building by boat or by walk, or that is my question.
ค่ะไม่ทราบว่าทางนักท่องเที่ยวนะคะจะไปแต่ละอาคารนะคะแต่ละโปรเจกต์ได้ยังไงค่ะคือต้องนั่งเรือไปหรือว่าเดินไปค่ะ
การเข้าถึงพื้นที่ของโปรเจกต์มีอยู่2ช่องทางครับคือ1การเดินทางทางเท้าเนี่ยจะเข้าไปได้ในโปรเจกต์ที่1กับ3และการเดินทางในการเดินทางทางเรือเนี่ยจะเข้าได้จากการเดินทางเรือไปยังพื้นที่ส่วนที่2ครับในการเป็นจุดในการสังเกตการนกครับ
Okay. So in terms of accessibilities, there are 2 ways. So for project 1 and 3, you can reach there by foot, and for project 2 by boat for bird observation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kazuma. Okay, I think that would be all right, judges. Great, thank you, Chanon, thank you, Nikki, thank you, Jacris, for assisting with the translation and interpretation. For that, thank you, Chanon, for your session. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nguyen Quang Duong from HCMC Architecture University of Vietnam with his project Dragonfly ID35. This one has an interpretation function, so let's wait for An, our interpreter, to our tech team to switch on the number. Hi, An.
Yes, hello. Could you?
Hi.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Over to you. Yeah. Okay, Quang, all the best.
Yes. Kính chào quý vị ban giám khảo và các bạn đại diện cho các quốc gia tham dự. Tôi tên Quang Dương với tác phẩm Chuồn Chuồn.
And and with the Dragonfly product, before I present our project, please watch a short video clips to better understand the issue that I will touch upon.
Okay, tuổi thơ là lứa tuổi.
So childhood is a carefree period, and also children are eager to learn from new things. But however, the urbanization seems to lose seems to lose such beauty of childhood, and they are trapped within four walls. And this is my favorite place, that is the park, which are attached to any childhood. It is like a fairy tale garden where all the birds and species gather. And they invest in many categories of the park to serve entertainment and playground for the children. However, here you can see lots of modern equipment. It's not like a natural based playground that we used to know when we were a child. So it's totally contradictory to the traditional games that can help children to develop their sensory and motor skills. For example, when they can immerse in rain, sunshine, and sunlight. And the thing here we cannot find in the modern games where, yeah. And our works features a flying dragon fly, yeah, because it is inspired by a folk song that if we look at the dragonfly, we will know whether it will be raining or there will be sunshine. So that's why we want to introduce a playground with dragonfly signaling sunshine or rain. And the children can immerse themselves in a world of nature where they can feel, touch, and take care of everything themselves. And the works contains the following primary functions. First, that is the incubate garden, yeah, with very small size particles. And at the center, we have a fish pond providing moisture for the whole garden. And the botanical garden with blossoming flowers attracting butterflies. And the third space is the insects and seed gallery. It's quite a closed space compared to the other two areas. Yeah, it contains many exciting types of seeds. So this represents 3 stages of children's development. And it is a new ways to bring the children back to nature and arouse the curiosity and imagination among our children. And next, they will join our outdoor classroom. It is an open space for experimental lessons with fauna and flora. It can become a stage for theater or for performance or movies. And finally, the repository or the observatory is where they can watch the environment around them. And apart from that, those primary functions, they also have flower garden and butterflies, and also the storytelling gap so that they can express themselves. So when you look at this an elevation aspect, you can see that we have a space simulating rain and sunshine with different colors, representing rain, sunshine, yeah, orange, yellow, representing sunshine. And this works consists of the fixed part and also the movable part, yeah, made of steel. When you look at different angle, you can see different colors on a selective basis. And with the movement of the whole, you will see lots of green and showing different movements. And with such a corridor of random movements, You can see sometimes certain colors will appear more representing sunshine, and if other shade of colors like purple appear more, it will remind of the rain. And there is some of the landscape that you will see from outside to inside. Yeah, at this corner we can see observatory, yeah, and also the botanical garden down here. And these are some like a snapshot of outdoor classrooms and the museum, the seed and insect gallery. It's quite closed compared to other open space. And as this works develops, we also plan to serve some nighttime movies so that children can watch with their families, with an area with nearly 600 square meters, and with moderate investment, the works can function best to serve different needs. For example, community playground in a condominium building, and also. And based on the studies, I have proposed the following solution as depicted in the following video. Yeah, so dragonflies are often the symbols of weather forecast.
Over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Dreams that you can't dream really do come
Okay.
So the traditional taking root like thousands of years ago, they can have a certain impacts on our childhood and avoid dependence on technology and turning human beings into machine. So we want to inspire a very imaginationary and natural based and passionate childhood, so that they can record the best memories of the early days. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you for the presentation. Judges, just in case you missed it, there was a music of Somewhere Over the Rainbow just now. I did enjoy myself, just in case you muted it. Over to you guys, judges. Any comments, questions that you would like to convey?
Oh, I love the presentation. I think it got the child out of in all of us. It engaged us completely. A very simple idea.
Mặc dù cái ý tưởng nó nghe có vẻ rất là đơn giản. Oh, sorry. I thought that
No, I just wanted to finish. I think very often you'll find that sculptural representations in architecture can have a very limited shelf life, but he's taken a simple idea, turned it into an elegant sculpture, while really keeping all of us engaged. Forget the children. I think we adults have been kept engaged by Guen, right? Is that the way you pronounce his name? Guen? Guen? Yeah, I think it's
Mr. Dương, Mr. Dương, you can call him by first name Dương.
Yeah, please thank him for this wonderful presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn anh Dương rất là nhiều vì một bài trình bày rất là tuyệt vời. Gần như chưa nói đến trẻ con có mê hay không, nhưng mà chúng tôi tất cả các ban giám khảo thì đều gọi là đắm chìm. Và có thể nói đây là một cái, chúng tôi rất là thích cái khía cạnh mà đại diện của các yếu tố văn hóa ở trong cái ý tưởng này. Và đôi khi á, tức là những cái khi lồng ghép với văn hóa này không phải lúc nào cũng có thể làm một cách đơn giản và tinh tế như vậy. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravi. Other judges, would you guys like to jump on? Paul? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. It was very nice presentation, and it's a very romantic approach to architecture, and I really enjoyed it. And music was wonderful. And actually, somewhere I was looking at it, I think he has come up with this idea of transporting this in a different part of the buildings. I mean, is it true? I thought I saw something like he would bring this into between buildings in the schools or something like that to make the place more lively. Is that, am I dreaming?
Vâng ạ, thứ nhất đây là một cái bài trình bày mà rất là lãng mạn, rất nên thơ, và đó là một cái cách tiếp cận khá là lạ trong kiến trúc. Và tôi cũng thực sự rất là thích cái phần nhạc nữa. Tôi muốn hỏi là có phải những cái giấc mơ này, tức là những cái ý tưởng này thì nó đều đã được chuyển thành từng cái không gian ở trong các cái trường học, giữa các cái tòa nhà hay không? Tức là nó từng cái khía cạnh mà anh nhắc đến, ví dụ như mưa nắng cầu vồng vân vân, thì nó có được phản ánh ở trong các cái tòa nhà và các cái không gian ngăn cách giữa không ạ?
Thì dĩ nhiên là nó sẽ được phản ánh trên tất cả các không gian, kể cả những cái không gian khi mà nhìn vào chúng ta sẽ thấy được cái mặt đứng công trình, ngay là những cái mảng cầu vồng, những cái mảng mưa bằng những cái màu sắc như là màu lạnh của màu lạnh, rồi những màu nóng như là màu tím, rồi màu vàng, màu cam, thì khi mà nhìn vào chúng ta đã thấy được rồi. Ngay cả những cái không gian mà bên trong và bên ngoài nó cũng tạo cho chúng ta được cái cảm giác là những cái mảng cầu vồng và những cái hạt mưa nắng này nó đều xuất hiện chung quanh những đứa trẻ này khi các em được vui chơi ở đây.
Yes, exactly. I try to incorporate all that lively aspects of the nature into all the buildings and the space between them, as you can see in the vertical like vertical sections represented. You can see some shade of a rainbow, some shade of rain, some shade of sunshine as evidence, represented by different color, like a hot color or cold color, so that the children will have like an immersive experience, like they are surrounded by nature.
Thank you. I hope that answers Paul. Yeah, Izumi, please.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the building. The way I look at it, like the designer, okay, the presenter try to allow people coming to the building to experience like a journey, so that along the journey, along the path, you can experience different colors, the vertical element with various colors. So leading toward the end, where it's going to be the observation deck. The only disappointment that at the end, when you reach the observation deck, and then you have nowhere to go. You have to go back to the same path. It will be more interesting if you come from different route, and then you go down from towards another route instead of going back to the same route. So. Okay, I'm not sure whether is that intentionally.
Ok, vâng, tôi thì cái cách tôi nhìn vào cái công trình này thì là với con mắt của một nhà thiết kế, thì tôi thấy ở đây có vẻ như là anh đã tạo ra như là một cái cuộc hành trình khi bắt đầu bước vào cái tòa nhà như thế nào, đi qua các cái khu khác nhau ra sao. Chỉ có một cái điều hơi thất vọng một chút, đó là khi mình đến đài quan sát xong thì mình không có đi đâu được nữa, mà mình muốn ra lại phải quay trở lại đúng cái con đường cũ. Và tôi chỉ ước, tức là nó là như là một cái vòng, là sau đó khi mình vào một nơi và mình sẽ đi ra ở một nơi chẳng hạn, thì không biết đây là cái chủ ý thiết kế của anh và dựa trên một cái lập luận nào đó, có một lý do nào đó đặc biệt hay không, hay là nó chỉ là cái khuyết thiếu ở trong cái thiết kế của mình ạ?
Thì khi mà hình thành cái phương án này thì bản thân mình cũng đã suy nghĩ đến cái việc mà giống như là thầy đã nói là sẽ đi và kết thúc ở một cái nơi tiếp diễn, chứ không phải là dừng lại ở cái đài quan sát. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên là về cái này thì mình nghĩ là trẻ em thì nó thích cái gì đó, nó một cái điểm rơi nó cao hơn, nó xa hơn. Và khi mà các em có cái cảm giác các em đứng trên một cái không gian cao và rộng để nhìn ra xung quanh, nhìn ra tất cả mọi thứ, để thấy tất cả mọi thứ xung quanh, thì cái cảm giác đó thật sự rất là tuyệt. Và bản thân mình đã từng đứng ở những nơi rất là cao để nhìn thì cảm giác cũng thật rất là tuyệt. Cho nên là bản thân mình nghĩ là nếu mà được thì mình sẽ nghe cái sự góp ý của thầy và chỉnh thêm. Nhưng mà bản thân mình thì thấy cái đó nó đang thật sự là truyền tải được cái sự thấu cảm của các em khi mình đứng ở trên đây mình nhìn ra xa.
Đúng rồi, thầy Izumi thì cũng đồng ý là đến cái đài quan sát thì rất tuyệt, nhưng từ đó ví dụ như nếu muốn quay trở lại cái đường cũ thì liệu giống như là có một cái lối ra nào đó mà không phải quay trở lại đường cũ em? Còn ở đây là họ lại phải đi xuống quay trở lại đúng đường cũ để đi ra, kiểu như vậy.
Thì lên đài quan sát thì nó chỉ có một cái lối để đi xuống đấy chị, nó chỉ có một cái lối để đi xuống dưới thôi. Nhưng mà khi mà đi ra ngoài thì sẽ có nhiều hướng tiếp cận công trình hơn.
Yeah, actually, there are in my design, there is one way to go down from the observatory deck, but when the children reach the ground, there are different exits that they can choose. Yeah, not necessarily like taking the old route where they enter the observatory deck.
Ngoài ra em muốn bổ sung thêm là ngoài ra là nó sẽ có một cái thang đây này chị, nó có một cái thang nhỏ ở đây thì các em không đi lại cái đường cũ thì các em sẽ xuống đây và các em đi xuống dưới và đi ra ngoài.
Yeah, and em có thể show màn hình được không?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Đây là cái thang.
So here you can see a scale or like a ladder where the children can go down and walk out, but not through the same routes where they enter to reach the observatory deck. But not sure if Dương can show you that on the screen. But
I think it's okay. Most important, I just want to know whether it's it is intentionally for you to design that people come the same way, but just now, as I understood that you say no, they will go to different way. I think thanks for the explanation.
Vâng, như vậy thì tôi nghĩ là cái vấn đề duy nhất mà tôi hơi băn khoăn một chút là đã được giải đáp rồi ạ. Tức là sau khi mà trẻ em lên cái đài quan sát là các em có cái lối ra khác chứ không cần phải đi trở lại đúng cái lối mà các em đi vào.
Đúng rồi.
Yes, exactly. Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
thank you.
Ezumi.
Thank you.
Any last words, gentlemen? All right, that's the case. We'll wrap up for segment 2. Thank you. Thank you, Nguyen, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You can log out now.
Thank you very much.
Judges have great news. We are way ahead of schedule. For the first time in the history of AYDA, we are ahead of schedule. So let's take a lunch break. We will be back by about 2:15 p.m. Singapore time. And then we'll probably end today's session earlier as well if we're able to keep up with this amazing pace. And yes, that will be all.
Sorry, 2:15, how many more minutes?
30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay.
Yes, about 30 minutes from now. All right. Okay, I'll see you guys. For those who are watching us on live, I'll see you in 30 minutes. All right. Hey guys, go ahead and take a break, have coffee, use the washroom. I'll see you guys. All right.
Okay, see you.
See you.
Hi everyone. I am Architect Salih Adrisakum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team, look for solutions that nobody has thought about, look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Boon Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards, Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judge for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate in what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards.
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by THOS, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paint. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick form family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. it's Harvard. It's every architect's dream to go there and study there. It's winning this award was a huge thing because like my life changed overnight. You know, before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, you know, it changes completely. It just like kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and you just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed. And I feel like, you know, I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here. And in retrospect, I would like to say that, you know, kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition. It completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA Award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Salih Adrisakum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team, look for solutions that nobody has thought about, look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Boon Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always we have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate at what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards!
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by Ethos, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paint. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff is coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. And in this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick formed family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. It's Harvard. It's every architect's dream to go there and study there. It's winning this award was a huge thing because my life changed overnight. Before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, it changes completely. It just kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in weren't just from the people who are from designing background, but there were students from medical background, music background, physics, chemistry, maths, and you just name it, they are there. So this wasn't a typical studio where all the architects are coming together and learning, but this was a kind of studio where young students are coming in and putting in their thought of what designing should be. And throughout the program, my perception of looking to architecture, perceiving spaces completely changed, and I feel I kind of got a little matured in terms of designing. I am kind of very happy that my journey landed me here, and in retrospect I would like to say that kind of seize every opportunity you get, because you never know. It was just one task for me to apply for the competition. It completely changed my life. Participate in this competition. It's rather than competition, this is a very interesting journey of learning from others, learning from your colleagues, all the talents from all around the Asian countries, from the jury members, from the mentor sessions which happen. So I guess it's a wholesome design experience which Nippon has created through AYDA Award, and I'm super proud that I was the part of this.
Hi everyone, I am Architect Salih Adrisakum, the Chief Judge for AYDA Awards, Architectural category from Malaysia. I've been judging for AYDA Awards for a wonderful 12 years. It's an exhilarating feeling to be an AYDA Awards judge because every year I get to engage with the best minds in architecture and exchange ideas with them and ensure that there is a future for young architects. As a professional, personally, I benefit from the extensive networking of the AYDA network internationally, as well as engaging with the young ideas and young minds of the best in the architectural field from throughout the world. The AYDA Awards is different from other awards in a way that it's curated by professionals for many, many years, and it has an overarching international presence in so many countries. And if you look at quality, that is the best way to benchmark yourself as an architectural designer. Students should enter AYDA Awards because, as in any game, if you play with people of your same ability, you will never improve. You need to play with the best. And in terms of architectural design, AYDA has among the best people in the field. So you need to elevate yourselves. To become better, you need to join AYDA Awards. And it also trains your thinking process so that you will overcome normal problems and be a better thinker and a better solution provider. You don't just rethink the problems, but you also think out of the box. Even rethink the box. The expectation of the judges is always to find something that is surprising, unexpected, and pleasant. And usually we talk about rethinking the norms, rethinking normal approaches, novel approaches, and having solutions that have a meaningful impact in society and in architecture. So please surprise us and make us wow. Don't be afraid to enter AYDA Awards. You never know if your entry might be the winner. Just address the team, look for solutions that nobody has thought about, look at the past year's entries on how they actually communicate their ideas, and try to make sure that it brings out an emotional response. Because if something moves you, it will move the judges, and most probably, you are a winner. Join AYDA Awards. You might be the next winner.
I'm Un Boon Seong, Chief Judge of AYDA Awards Interior Design category from Malaysia. I've been judging AYDA Awards for 7 years. I feel excited and feel good to see the improvement of design from year to year. I benefit a lot as a judges for AYDA Awards. I have a good chance to meet a lot of designers from all over the world. We have a good networking, good time, and of course, we have first time to see all the good design from the students. AYDA Awards are different from others competition. It beyond competition. It's a platform to bring all the designer professionals come together to share the design passion. The students have the opportunity to break through and always we have a good time. I think students should join AYDA Awards. It's a very great platform for you to come together there, share your ideas, meet a lot of designer professionals together and enjoy a good time. I hope to see a good design ideas and concept. The design that can bring impact and improve people's life and the communities. And I want to see their creativity to push to the boundary. Hi student, just be yourself, be passionate in what you do, and don't be afraid to take the challenges. Join AYDA Awards.
Hi, I'm Tanay. I'm an architect and a self-taught photographer from Pune, India. I'm the winner of Asia Young Designer Award 2018-19 Architecture category. I got to know about this competition through my seniors in college. I eventually applied for the competition. While going to Chennai, I was kind of excited as well, but nervous because, this was my first time in front of such huge audience. When we reached Chennai, on the first day we had the mentoring session by THOS, where they explained about how do you present at nationals, how do you put forth your project, put forth your story in front of the jury members who are there. The moment when they announced the gold winner and when they called out the name, that was the astonishing moment. I was super proud that I won, and now I'll be representing India at the Pan Asia level in Singapore. The first day was the mentorship session arranged by Nippon Paint. All the students, all the finalists from 15 different Asian countries were together. The kind of energy, the kind of excitement of being together was at its peak. Subconsciously, you have that in mind that you are presenting in front of very eminent architects who have, inspired you through their work, and you are now presenting in your work in front of them. So it's an honor as well, and a kind of big bag on your back. We were learning from each other, and big platform for a student who is, recently graduated. So after the presentations, Nippon team took all the contestants and the jury members to a kind of short Singapore tour, and we did the boat ride around the river, and they explained about the architecture in Singapore and what stuff isn't coming, the technology, the architecture, the landscape. In this journey, I made a lot of friends. My roommate was from China, and all the other friends from Thailand, Vietnam. So it was a kind of quick formed family with us, all the young budding students, everyone so talented was just coming together and having fun. So before the award ceremony, we had the presentations by eminent architects from Japan, from Singapore, of how the urban designing came and changed the Singapore completely, as now we look at as the successful model of urban planning. And all the lectures were very inspiring, but somewhere down the mind everyone was waiting for that moment of the award, the announcement of the award. And finally that moment came, and I won the title award for the architecture category. It was the first time India won this award in the 11 years of AYDA.
Now to announce the winner of the Asia Young Designer Award for the Architecture category, I would like to invite Mr. Wee back on stage.
And the winner, Mr. Tani Narendra Botara from India.
So it was a very, very proud moment for me and India as well. So after winning the award, I knew that I was now going to Harvard for the 6 weeks design course, fully sponsored by Nippon, and I guess that was a dream come true moment for me. It's Harvard. It's every architect's dream to go there and study there. It's winning this award was a huge thing, because my life changed overnight. Before the award, I was just another student who was studying architecture and who had participated in AYDA. And after winning the award, it changes completely. It just kind of living a celebrity life for a moment. So after coming, many interviews were lined up with the national newspapers, the international magazines, and now I was heading to Harvard. This award had just opened doors for me at such a reputed university. And yeah, the next day was the registration day, the day when we were starting our program. We were now introduced to how the program would be, the modules of the program, and how we would be curated in 6 weeks. And my fellow course-mates were from all around the world, aging from 18 to 50 years old. The thoughts of designing which were coming in.
AYDA International Finale for the architectural category. I'm Brandon. Accompanied with me are the award judges, Kazuma, Izumi, Paul, Ravi, and Nicholas. And we have 5 more finalists from India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Iran, and Turkey lining up for the rest of the afternoon. So now we have Aum from the Academy of Architecture, Mumbai, India, with his project, A Characters of Amusement, and his ID is 36 for our judges' reference. Aum, over to you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll start.
Yes, you
My
can.
project is titled Apparatus of Amusement, a Retail for Post-Consumption, experimenting alternate productive relations to mindless consumption. Decoding the Anthropocene. The city is a machine for consumption. Have you ever wondered the impact humans have on these landscapes of extraction to fulfill the pleasure of consumption? The inquiry for the project starts with understanding the Anthropocene as the impact of humans leading to industrialization on outskirts of the city that have created manufactured landscapes, where cities have become products of consumer spectacles and leading to obsolescent landscapes. Tracing consumerism in the age of the Anthropocene. The study traces the capitalist material-driven society by understanding the various agencies and role of various actors in shaping up these urban mechanisms of production, consumption, access, and the immaterial meanings induced to it. So, what are these mechanisms, places, and syntax that lead us to consume mindlessly and induces passivity in humans? Consumerist mechanism leading to access. Let's take a case of epitome of consumerist typology, which is the shopping mall. Now, how do this simulated environment impact the act of shopping? Mr. A goes through the journey of the mall. Let's understand how the architecture of the mall makes him consume mindlessly. The dramatic atrium is making him contemplate his desire to buy. Billboards on every surface bombard messages to him, which creates a false need. He is kept away from the banalities of the outside world by creating an inverted space, exaggerating the difference between the exteriors. He has to walk passing by all the shops as the movement strategies are planned to seduce him. He is a performer in the space as the act of shopping is packaged as an event. The light focuses on the object that he will be intrigued to buy. Order of this spaces are as endless aisles which make him indulge in endless shopping. Fountains and benches carefully positioned to entice him into stores. The indicators of the resulting weightless realm receive substance only through commodities it contains, where passivity and endless consumption drives the space. So what happens to this excess consumption? End of first life cycle of object. The rate at which we consume on a daily basis, what happens to the post-consumption life of these objects in the landscape of Mumbai? The household waste disposed is collected at the building level in the neighborhood, which is then transported by municipal trucks to the transfer station for preliminary sorting. Then it's taken to the dump yards. The role of the informal workers as door-to-door collectors, street-side pickers, and dump-side pickers provide a huge contribution to manage waste. The existing repurpose network includes a local scrap dealer, larger industrial processors, and recyclers in Dharavi, Sakinaga as a part of the existing repurpose network. Usually, the act of consuming and repurposing is separated away from each other. After understanding the post-consumption life and access management, what if we imagined a repurpose network of alternate systems, be a part of more informed consumer cycle to provide second life to these excess objects? Experimenting in a retail setting of Prime Mall Irla. Prime Mall is a shopping mall in the retail street of Irla in Mumbai, which is one of the oldest market areas. The monopoly of the retail market is dominated by a chain of retailers called Alpha. Use mapping for the Irla street. The rhizomatic active consumer-oriented street is categorized based on its consumption, showing the first life of all the goods. The vibrant street does not reflect the street life when condensed into the typology of a Prime Mall. Prime Mall Irla. The Prime Mall is a shopping mall inserted in the market context of the road. The typology didn't work in the context, and now most of the mall is unused. The architecture of the mall has a central atrium. It is kept away from the informalities of the vibrant street and does not respond to the context. This is the atrium of the Prime Mall. The use mapping, after mapping the current condition of the mall, 60% of the mall is redundant and not in use. Hence, it needs repurposing to activate the redundancy and induce an architecture character to remove the passivities embedded with it. Design proposal. After understanding the context within the framework of research, the project proposes 3 scales of intervention. Repurposing the mall. The dysfunctional architectural typologies has its structural components retained while adding new programmatic injectors to reconfigure and critique the syntax of a mall. Repurpose decentralized system. A proposed post-consumption system where a person gets his used objects to give a second life to them, incentivizing them from the self-consumed, diverting them from the landfills. The objects are classified under plastic household, garments, fashion, and smartphone electronics. And the Irla Street project. The busy street project has a heavy pedestrian footfall as well as vehicles causing traffic congestion. Hence, a proposal to make the street a one-way road is implemented. Crafting a design program. Objects in the second life are categorized into heads of plastic, garments, and smartphones, along with their methods of repurpose. Programs are introduced, users as different agents for role play, and the objectives that are achieved through design. The design strategies include amusement as a heightened spectacularization of the mall, Labor mechanism is a co-creator of everyday objects. Role play as a shifting person's job, experiencing the assembly of production, deconstructing the syntax of a mall, and repurpose as the existing situation and materials for intervention. So now you start repurposing the primal by removing elements which are non-functional or induces passivity in consumers, starting with the non-functional roof. Then the envelope, which creates an inverted space from the outside world. Then the internal non-functional spaces. Now the circulation devices which don't function but impose passivity through its syntax. A strategic decision to trim parts of the RCC structures was taken and then arrived at the structure as the base to start working on. Some additions were made as per programmatic requirements. Now you explode the facade of the mall, which hides the introvert enclosure beneath it. Intersect those planes faces with the structural grid of the mall as injectors to create anchors of the space. These walls are characterized as per site conditions and transformed as 4 anchors of plastic, household, garments, fashion, smartphones, and commonplace. The project experiments with colors as a primary object of device for inducing amusement and wayfinding within spaces. The programmatic components include pick a path per anchor, wall of labor, which is the protagonist of the space, apparatus for repurpose, which are simple devices and mechanisms, event space, hall of experiments, labyrinth, consumers playground, the Irla Street project, and repurpose mobile community. We start the journey with plastic household, where repurpose method is recycling. The components as collection of elements make up the space, which includes the wall of labor, objectivator as object circulation device, collection chute, shading apparatus, sheet press apparatus, and maker apparatus, along with the circulation devices for role players as a part of the plastic household. The assembly of the space starts with the wall as the datum, along with the objectivator's vertical connector of objects. The structure takes support and goes on to the foundation. The process for the role player starts with the entrance foyer into the landing zone, where the collection chute segregates and collects the type of plastic. The collected plastics in the bin are segregated and stored as per the types and colors in racks of storage. The collected plastics are transported vertically to shred them into smaller pellets through a bicycle shredder and store them. The shredded pellets are then transported to make recycled plastic sheets, which can be used as surfaces for interior products and furniture. The shredded pellets are also transported to the maker apparatus to make smaller objects out of the mold as self-crafts. The process ends with the retail kiosk and the exhibition hall. Diagram shows the structural steel components. The wall, apart from its programmatic purpose, serves as a structural anchor to the process. The plastic household converges into the hall of experiments as a common place. So the anatomy, the diagram explains the anatomy of the plastic household process. The space is programmed, its functional requirements, the user circulation, and the object circulation. There is an app-based incentivization system for the consumers. The event shows the various processes that a role player takes through the process. The section shows the wall as the protagonist and the programs that are revolving around it. We continue the journey with garment fashion, where repurpose method is recycling, exchange, and upcycle. The components as collection of elements make up the space includes wall of labor, objectivator as object circulation devices, collection chutes, cutting apparatus, shredding apparatus, the charkha, and the loom apparatus, along with circulation devices as role players take a part of the garment assembly. The assembly of the space also starts with the wall as datum, along with objectivators as vertical connector of objects, the structure of the wall. The process for the role player starts with the entrance foyer into landing zone, where the collection chute segregates and collects the type of garments. The collected garments are then segregated and stored as per the types and colors into the rack of storage. The collected garments for upcycling and exchange are transported vertically to the upcycling workshop for mending. The collected garments for recycling are transported to the cutting apparatus where garments are cut. The cut pieces are then sent to bicycle shredding apparatus where they are converted into spun. All these processes are exercised by the consumers. The spun is then sent to charkha apparatus where they are converted into a thread. The rolls of threads are then sent to the loom apparatus where they are made into yarns. The roll of yarns are then sent to the loom 2 apparatus where they are made into fabrics. The fabrics are designed and made into garments in the workshop spaces and retailed out. Here, the consumer is a part of a process rather than just the product. The structure of the garment's fashion, the process as a whole, and the anatomy. The event shows the various processes pursued by the role player and the detail section where the wall is the protagonist and the programs revolving around it. Similarly, I'll run through the process of smartphone electronics, which uses refurbish, exchange, and repairs as repurpose method. the components as kit-off parts, the assembly, where the wall of labor, then the wall structure, the collection points, the workshop spaces, and the exhibition space, and collectively the structure for smartphone electronics and the process as a whole. The anatomy for smartphones, and the detail sections where the wall is the protagonist. Similarly, I'll run through the process of commonplace as programs which are common for the process of processes and converging points in the building. The wall of labor as a datum, the structure, the mobile community office, the back office, the apparatus workshop, and the commonplace as a whole. The detail section of the commonplace. Now understanding how they are placed in the whole space, firstly plastic household, the garments fashion, the smartphone electronics, and the commonplace. The Pratt truss roof and louvers for apparatus and circulation devices suspension. And now the assemblage of all processes, which is the apparatus of amusement. We move on to the ground floor, where porosity and connectivity to the street defines the connection between indoors and outdoors. The street is redesigned as a one-way road as a part of the AYDA Street project. The bridge connects the three anchors and then to the event space. The entrance void with an intersected wall gets in the consumers, which becomes the role players of the space. The street elevation with the entrance void. The lower ground is like a sunken space with a floating bridge on top of it, which majorly holds storage spaces and connects the event space from the ground floor to the labyrinth consumers playground. The view overlooking onto the ground level. The first floor holds apparatuses as devices and some breakout spaces. The view of the corridor showing the void and the breakout spaces. Similarly, the second floor has apparatus and circulation devices as a distinct pathway for each role player. The third floor is where the processes converge onto the halls of experiments, where you depart to the consumer's playground. The view of the hall of experiments. The west elevation showing the ever-changing facade as storage, where porosity is induced in the building. The section through the wall of commonplace shows the processes through the building as void are programmatic and non-passive. The void which amuses the role player to take active participation in the process. The longitudinal section portrays the stark change in character of the building from the street into the void into the consumer's playground. The view of the entrance foyer. The view of the hall of experiment, which holds installations and is used as a place of contemplation. This cross-section cutting through the plastic processes. The cross-section looking onto the hall of experiments and the event space. The view of the event space. The cross-section cutting through the garment processes. The back elevation of the project. I'll run through some of the details of the project, the detail of the facade, the mobile community, the box window, and the truss roof detail, and the detail of the suspended bridge. The proposed AYDA Street project. The AYDA Street project is a street design proposal making into the current road into a pedestrian-friendly road, which holds the street apparatus as a means to connect the system to a neighborhood level. The street section shows the existing condition with the proposed one. The repurpose system works at various scale of SML-XL, which creates an alternate system of repurpose. The project displayed here was an XL typology with smaller intervention in the neighborhood which can be explored. The consumerist culture will keep blinding us to consume mindlessly and produce waste landscapes. A systemic change of repurpose from the consumer's front has been demonstrated through means of an architectural programming and toolkit attempting to create circular consumption cycle with help of multiple consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Judges, open the floor to you.
Brilliant. I mean, this is probably the need of the hour. And I stay very close to a garbage dump, one of Bombay's largest garbage dump, and I know the problems that we face out here. And you've addressed a very, very important issue, bringing on the point of reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I think often on the streets, we used to see a cobbler, we used to see a tailor, we used to see electronics repair shop, and all of these is missing from the landscape. And what you've got onto the table is you've magnified that, and you have created a unique circular consumer experience, which is fantastic. I think it's a great attempt, great effort, and the way you portrayed that it could be multiplied across places was brilliant to see. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you, Ravi.
The fellow judges, any questions or comments you'd like to jump on?
Brandon,
yes.
I think it's very interesting project. It shows how the process, part of the process in a circular economy, how to reuse and recycle waste. But my concern is that the building actually to shelter the process, the machines, not so much of human. So this is where actually sometimes it looks more like industrialized or industrial designers a product instead of architecture product. Although that sometimes there are debates whether industrial is also part of the, in this technology, a machine is also part of the social system. But here, I just want to know from Aum, how actually you differentiate the building design specifically for machine to shelter the process, manufacturing, and the building that designed for human. Because from the scale, it does not really show that the building is designed for human scale.
So to answer to your question, sir, so that the machines that I have used majorly are with an intent of, like, I'll give an example of the shredder. So basically it's a bicycle shredder. So when a person uses his energy, that is the way the machine operates, and they are very small scale to medium scale machines, which are not largely industrial in scale, but then it gives a sense of a person who consumes never gets the idea of what goes behind the production of it. And when you become a part of the process, you realize what all goes while making of it, and hence these are included within the places of consumption, where circularity in a whole is a part of the process rather than just consumption as a part of it. But yeah, I agree with the point of this being a little, like, I would rather frame it as a little overwhelming and industrial. So as a space, the whole space is a little overwhelming when you see the view of the atrium.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like more like an industrial designer. It's like an engineer design the buildings. It's lack of architecture touch. Okay, that's my comment. Thank you.
So this, you did mention, Om, that this is an Excel version, right? And there would be a medium version and a small version.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Anyone else?
And I must admit that the repurposing the building, adaptive reuse is another glorious thing that you have done here.
All right. Thank you, guys. I think that will be all for Aum. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, judges, next I would like to invite Dihan from the City School of Architecture, Colombo, Sri Lanka, and his project Waste Upcycling Park and Wetland Awareness Center, ID 37. Hi, Dihan.
Hi.
Hello. Okay,
Hi.
over to you.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So, good evening, everybody. My project is a waste upcycling park and a wetland awareness center, which is located in Sri Lanka. And it's in the urban context of Colombo, and also in a very sensitive environmental ecosystem in a wetland in Muthurajavela. So I'll explain how my design process started, how I identified the potential problems, how I came up with solutions through my design. I address a major issue in Sri Lanka, also in the world, which is the collection of solid waste and how this solid waste is not being addressed in a sustainable way in terms of managing it, and how this careless and unorganized dumping has caused so many issues in terms of pollution, and how these garbage dumps have been destroying the important ecosystems in this, especially in an urban context. In terms of waste generation, Colombo, which is one of the biggest, most populated cities in Sri Lanka, is responsible for collection of 52% of daily waste in Sri Lanka, and is in the foremost position. And then in terms of the composition of garbage, the organic amount is quite high. It sits at 54%. And then how the Colombo, how the city is actually addressing these issues is kind of a problem. So I'm trying to solve this issue through an architectural interpretation. So the need of the project arises from there, where the careless and unorganizing dumping of solid waste has led to the accumulation of mounds of garbage and toxic compounds in the environment, and also resulting in adverse environmental impacts. So the design seeks for a sustainable solution which would resolve the issues pertaining to the management of solid waste. So the core functions of the design is actually looking at a research development facility and an innovation upcycling facility of the mentioned solid waste. And also, since this design, the building sits in a very sensitive ecosystem, wetland system, I want to create a kind of a wetland awareness function and a recreational facility alongside, because I want to combine a very technical function with a public activity. So the kind of public awareness is being portrayed with the design aspects. So the user actually combines with these said core functions, even as an example, the general public, students, tourists with the wetland aspects, and then the research facility will be complemented by the researchers, students, scientists, innovators, architects, and all of these user categories. So the concept formulation actually addresses three main points. Number one is actually to establish a more energy efficient and a feasible bottom to top process. So in this stage, I wanted to see what sort of an architectural typology would suit my building. So I actually compared a horizontal setup of an factory and a vertical setup, and combine the energy efficiency of these two aspects. So, and then I did the calculation, I have shared it with my design statement. The calculations proved me that a vertical system is more feasible in terms of addressing these, addressing the movement of raw materials inside a factory. And then that made me realize a vertical system also would minimize the footprint acquired by a typical factory building, which is a horizontal, which we see every day, a horizontal setup, which actually gives a huge building footprint on a site, and then a vertical system where it will not give that same impact and then reduce the carbon footprint of a building, and also it will give an importance to the site, thereby reducing the building impact. And also ultimately creating an iconic structure in the city skyline in order to create curiosity and excitement among the public, while breaking away from the stigma of hiding away the process of waste management, but expose it to the viewer. So in terms of the macro and micro context, as I said before, macro context is actually a very urbanized and context. This sits in a very industrial zone, and then so you can see how this actually garbage dumping actually happens within this marshland, which is a very unfavorable situation right now. So I want to address this, address the problem where it actually occurs. So right now there are several garbage dumps which you can see in the site, actually 650 tons of garbage is daily coming in to the site, and then it's being segregated. Right now, it's only being composted at site. So my design is actually going few steps beyond that and trying to recycle and upcycle the waste. While addressing the master plan, I wanted to focus on the waterways, the natural waterways that this site actually surrounds by. And I managed to study the waterways patterns over the years. I managed to see that over the years, the waterways have kind of diminished since 1980s to 2021. This is mainly due to the landfills. So these waterways, we all know that actually secures the urban environment in terms of flooding and also supporting a lot of flora and fauna. And then I could see that these waterways have been diminishing over the years, resulting in so many adverse effects. So I wanted to kind of rejuvenate these waterways with a lot of recreational activities, canal edge developments also, and introducing waste trading points so the community kind of gets involved with the process. And also developing the canal network as a means of transportation. That was one of the core ideas of developing a master plan in line with the design. And then the project actually focuses on few phases where it won't actually come in at once, but it will take few stages in terms of developing itself. So you can see in the phase 1, you see the garbage dumps already there. So I'm introducing a material recovery facility and a dedicated composting facility to address the inorganic and organic components separately. And in phase 1, I'm going to kind of, you can see the garbage mound slowly depleting, and then kind of trying to take the waterways in and kind of give the site back to the marshlands, and introducing my building in phase 2. And by phase 3, the ultimate phase, you can see the marsh coming back to life, and kind of because this is all infilled land, and that same land going back to where it was before. And then the process flow actually addresses how much of garbage is coming into the building, how much garbage is coming to the site, and then how much raw materials will be used. So basically, as I said, 650 tons daily coming in, and this dedicated compost plant will have 390 tons of organic garbage, and the rest of the remaining inorganic garbage will be addressed in the material recycling and research processes. And the brief,
I think we are losing you.
Management plant, the solid waste research development, and also the innovation upcycling component, and also everything getting combined with the awareness.
I think we are losing him, or is it my network?
No, I think we're losing Dihan. Yeah.
To explain the
I think his connection is not stable.
Dihan, can you hear me?
Poor chap, I think his bandwidth is low. Doesn't matter. I think we can give him some extra time.
Yeah, sure.
Please give him some extra time because of his bandwidth. Yeah.
Sure.
Dihan, can you hear us?
The waste building and
Dihan,
yeah, we lost.
We lost you for the past 2 minutes. Can you reverse and start again?
Okay.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you just now. Yeah.
Can you hear us?
I think Brandon, he still has the connection issue.
Yeah.
I think the worst case, maybe he probably need to reconnect, try to disconnect and reconnect.
That's right. Yeah. I think that's what he needs to do.
Yeah. Let's try. I think he's back. Let's try.
Yeah. Hello. Dihan, do you wanna sign out and sign in again? And you start from where you left out just now.
No, I think you could start from this slide, Dihan. You could keep your video off if your bandwidth is low. And
I'll keep my video off, and then
sure, because I think you have a bandwidth issue, and go back to that last slide. You want to log off, log in again? We are waiting. No problems.
Can you see my screen again?
Yeah, it's just started screening. Yeah, so you could start from this, the one slide earlier to this, please.
I hope you all went through this slide, yeah?
Yeah, so if you can quickly tell us in a nutshell about this slide.
Yeah,
Let's
so
go on. Yeah.
As I was mentioning before, the project will go through a few phases where through the implementation, and then how the garbage dump actually depletes on its own, and then how the building comes into play, and then eventually how the wetland comes into its form back. And then I was explaining about the process flow, how much of garbage being delivered to the site in terms of numbers, and how much of raw materials will be used by my building to upcycle, to research and work on. And also the brief formulation was based on the core functions I mentioned before, which is solid waste management, solid waste research and development, and solid waste innovation and upcycling, and everything being combined by the aspects of recreation and awareness, complemented by the wetland. And this is to show the basic spatial progression of the building. Actually, I'm dealing with a very technical aspect, and then I am combining it with the public component, the public progression in a building. So the waste route, which is the technical aspect, will be.
We've lost you.
Yeah.
We've lost him again.
We do have a backup recording, if that's going to help.
Again.
So Dihan, we lost you. If you can. Pochap. I think he's got a bandwidth issue.
Yeah. My suggestion, judges,
so do you have a recorded slide
okay.
presentation with his voiceover? You could play that.
So they'll understand.
Dihan,
you'll have to stop. We can't hear you at all.
Dihan, can you take a break? You stand by for the questions and answer. We will play the remaining of your recording. All right? Okay. Tech team, over to you. Dihan, you don't log off first, yeah? I need you for the Q&A.
Just a second.
Thanks, Jana. It happens, don't worry, guys. Won't affect the scores.
Brandon, we do not have to start from beginning, isn't it?
No, we'll start from where he left off. Yes. Which is actually the 3/3 of his presentation. It's almost the end already. Yeah.
Brandon, shall I start again?
No, don't worry. We'll play the recording, the rest of your presentation, and then the judges will ask you questions if they have any questions.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
No problem. Just stand by here, yeah?
Dina, Dihan, can you please help us with the timing where you would like us to play it from? For the recording, it's a 10-minute recording that we have.
I think you can go to the 6-minute. Jana, we start from there.
Okay, done.
Should be around there.
continuation of solid waste segregation in the material recovery facility and composting in the adjacent compost plant. Phase 3 foresees the rejuvenation of wetland systems on site and coexistence of the technical process of waste management. Out of 650 tons of garbage which comes into the site, material recovery facility will receive 260 tons of inorganic waste, while the remaining 390 tons of organic waste will be directed to the composting facility. 260 tons of inorganic waste then will be segregated further into washable waste and non-washable waste within the material recovery facility. Non-washable waste will be then sent to newly established waste-to-energy power plant for incineration. 78 tons of washable inorganic waste will be further segregated into plastic, paper, glass, and steel within the material recovery facility and converted into their raw material state via machinery. 70% of the materials will be sold to third parties, while 30% will be sent to the Waste Upcycling and Innovation Tower. Design spatial progression is based on the route taken by a public individual in the building and also the waste processing route. An individual will be directed to the building via an elevated walkway starting from the entrance to the site. They will then ascend into the interpretation space at the project entrance. Public will then experience an arena witnessing a complex yet spontaneous natural system showcased by a series of constructed wetlands purifying grey water in the building. Visitors would then ascend upwards and experience a virtual gallery depicting the past, present, and future to gather a wholesome imagery on the current predicament. The climax of the journey is achieved at the topmost tier in the tower. This will act as a viewing deck to the visitor gazing into the vast lands of Muthurajavela. Individuals are directed to lower levels while showcasing waste innovation and R&D processes in the tower, raising awareness among the public. Eventually, the building's lowermost decks would host the public in its zero waste cafe and bistro, allowing the public to engage in wetland recreation. Building incorporates smart material application in its facade system using piezoelectric technology. Energy is harvested by converting kinetic energy of wind into electric energy. The miniature translucent panels will be coated with photovoltaics in order to harvest solar energy. Building floors will incorporate piezoelectric flooring to capture pressure and convert human movement into energy within the building. Regenerator, Waste Upcycling Park and Wetland Awareness and Recreational Center is a project which concentrates on the management of solid waste as an innovative source material which could be altered and improved rather than discarded. It is a step in breaking down the stigma of waste being a mere threat to the environment while observing it as a value addition and raise awareness on the importance of waste management and upcycling. It is an environmental turning point which would rejuvenate the already disturbed wetland system in Muthurajavela by strengthening its qualities and presenting it to the life in the city.
Right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dihan. Thank you, judges, for your patience. And yes, Ravi, you're smiling, so I guess you have something to say.
No, I think another brilliant effort to control waste. And the way Dihan has come up with this sculptural scheme, almost an Anish Kapoor kind of a scheme, in making all of us realize how to handle waste. It should not. The scheme is so brilliant that it should not promote waste, right? So I feel that he's done this brilliant exercise of taking an important topic and kind of giving a sculptural twist to this entire process, and I really like the effort. I know what Izumi is going to say to you, Dihan, and but I really liked what you.
Yes, I'm really sorry for all this trouble.
No problem, Dihan. Good effort, very good effort.
Thank you, guys. Anyone else would like to jump on? Agree, disagree? comments, questions?
SEB, do you don't want to talk about the structure?
Not from me. I think
Right.
I'll leave it to Kazuma, Paul. I maybe just I believe probably Kazuma and Paul has they have a different perspective on waste management. So that's why I thought that I'm waiting to hear from them. I think Japan has done it very well, so it's very different from the rest of Asian countries. So that's why I thought that maybe they have different perspective.
No, I have a very similar perspective. I think it's brilliant. I mean, I've been to, of course, Japan has a different system, yes, but I think this whole project is like very nicely done and well thought out, and then architecturally is very pleasing as well. So I am very fond of this this project.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Suma, Nicholas, you guys have anything to add? Okay, that's great. Thank you, Dihan, for your time. Don't worry about internet not being powerful enough. No problems there.
Yes.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, judges. All right, Dihan, you can log out now.
Thanks, Dihan.
Next is judges, just to preempt you, another one with potential internet issues. Worst case is I'll show you the video. Next, we have Ana Wakar from the National College of Arts, Lahore, Pakistan, with her project, Environment in Transformation, Land and Resources as Public Trust. Her project ID is 38. Let's see if Anna can join us online. Anna, you're there? Anna, can you speak?
So did she inform you that she will have some issues on?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Yeah, she did inform us in advance this morning. Let me just try one more time. Anna, if I can't reach you, I'll show the video instead. Okay, I think she just logged out, got kicked out by herself. Okay, if that's the case, judges, shall we do the video and then we do the
Just
Q&A?
wait for a couple of minutes. Brandon,
Sure,
if you don't mind, let's wait for a minute or two.
Of course.
See if she can come online, ideal.
Sure. Okay, let's wait for her to log in again. Yeah, she said give her 2 minutes.
Perfect. We'll wait.
Let's see if she's online. She's trying to sign in again. think she's almost in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Anna.
Hi, hello. Is my
Hi.
video visible? 1 second.
Great.
Hello.
You're wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, so I will be sharing my screen.
Sure.
Can you see the presentation format right
Yes,
now?
we can. Yes.
Okay, so should I start?
Yes, you can, Anna.
Okay, 1 second. Hello, my name is Anna Bukar. I'm from Pakistan, and my project is called Environments in Transformation, Land and Resource as a Public Trust. One second, can you hear the audio for the video well?
Can you try playing the video?
I did actually.
There's no audio from.
Okay, I will share again and enable the audio.
Yeah.
Can you see the video?
Not yet. Can you go to the video slide? Yeah.
I apologize for the unstable internet. 1 second.
Please take your time. No rush.
I'm so sorry for this. It's just the internet is a bit unstable.
We are looking at your PowerPoint actually.
Yeah, sorry. So I'll start again. Sorry. Can I start again?
Yeah, you can go to the video and you can start from there.
So as I previously mentioned, my project is called Environments in Transformation, Land and Resource as a Public Trust.
Our project is located in
Pakistan's
second most populous city, Lahore, a city undergoing uncontrollable sprawl, resulting in its periphery potentially running out of agricultural land altogether. We focus on the peri-urban villages like Brahmanabad, with more rural character, receiving in migrants from villages that are being absorbed by the urban expansion, like Karbat. Karbat is undergoing rapid change in its land use. It's developing a more urban character, with most of its land being annexed by DH expansion. And it's resulting in the loss of agricultural livelihood and increased rural to urban migration. There's a reinforcement of existing power structures as the landowners stand to benefit from their land acquisitions, whereas the poorer farmers can no longer afford to live on their land and have to move to the cities for jobs that provide much less security. The main culprit behind this is the unchecked DHA expansion. Our site will be located in proximity to Karbat village and the BRB Hadiara site. The Hadiara drain is the main culprit for the contaminated groundwater because it carries sewage and industrial waste. It is used in the production of the agricultural produce. The BRB Canal is the only source of clean water that is used by the buffalo herders. Overhead bridges connect neighboring villages, and the existing road network provides urban linkages for the village produce.
Okay, 1 second. So basically, we have three major centers in our area of interest. We have the urban expansion happening from DHA. We have Karbath village, which is in the process of being annexed in its entirety by this uncontrolled urban sprawl. And then to the other end, we have Brahmanabad, which is a village with a more rural character. So there's rural to urban migration happening from Karbath village to DHA. And there's in-migration happening as people can no longer afford to live in Karbath village. So they have to move further away towards Brahmanabad. We see this sense of focus shifting from rehabilitation to relocation. The answer lies in viewing development along more sustainable lines. So we can do that on three fronts. Human care, where we take into account how there's increasing food insecurity due to this urban sprawl. There's rising inequality and poverty. There's a low-income housing crisis in that village. In regards to the environmental care, we see the ill-planned human intervention habitat is falling prey to it. So of course, there's a need to redistribute our resources in a more equitable manner. Upon doing site analysis of our area of interest, we see certain natural patterns emerge on site. So on one end, we have the BRB Canal, which is the only source of clean agricultural water as well as drinking water because it is used by the locals through hand pumping systems. And then on the other hand, we have Hadiara Drain, which is carrying toxins, industrial waste, organic waste, all the way from India as well as in Pakistan as well. So, and the groundwater is being contaminated due to this flow of wastewater. And also the villagers are using this wastewater to produce the vegetables in the area because the natural organic matter in it leads to more productivity in the vegetables, but there's a toxin buildup. And then towards Karbath side, we see how there's active land sectioning happening on one end. The village is shrinking at a very fast pace. And there's a diversity in housing typology, which represents the ground realities and the inequality that's present there. So we have the zamindars or the landowners who are living in these large mansions. And then we have the very humble one-bedroom village abode for the landless and the poor farmers. Then, of course, the connectivity that's present within the site. So, for instance, the nearby villages, as I previously mentioned, there is Brahmanabad, there's Gaga village. So there are rural connections between the villages, as well as there's urban linkages. So the roads like BRB Canal Road, which is connecting Karbath to DHA and Lahore city, how the produce is carried from this village to these areas. Upon doing an analysis of the existing natural patterns, we want to make a design that facilitates these systems as opposed to interrupting them. So for instance, the natural cattle crossing that's happening as the cattle herders are taking their buffaloes, the Neeli Ravi towards the BRB Canal, how there's a natural circulation path from the siphon to Karbath village. We do not want to disrupt these systems. So zoning was done keeping in mind the sensitivity of the place. Upon this, a base program was finalized where we see how these different systems can interconnect, and there's a reuse and recycling, which results in a truly sustainable and cohesive system, which is self-sustaining. So to give an example, we have the livestock shed, which is producing organic waste and matter. This is used to produce biogas, and the subsequent bioslurry that is produced can then be used in the grazing fields and the cereal fields as a natural manure and fertilizer. So we narrow down our program to a total of 6. There's the wetland and food forest area, whereby we're cleaning the Hadiara Drain's water supply to the vegetables and the agro-food center. Then we have the existing dairy and cattle herders, and we'll be doing capacity building for them. There's a walk-through farm and processing area, a walk-through market, a farmers training resource center, and a co-op living between the farmers. This is basically an aerial view that's showing the various programs and their connections. So as I had previously mentioned, in proximity to Hadiara Drain, we'll have our constructed wetlands and our anaerobic baffle reactor, which is basically cleaning that water supply and providing it to our agroforest layer. We have the tilapia fish ponds in combination with this. And towards the east end, we have our grain fields for optimum sunlight. Towards Karbat side, we will be placing our agricultural resource center, our low-tech and low-cost greenhouses. And then, of course, we want to have a efficient connection from the BRB Canal Road to the dairy processing unit. So we'll have our docking and loading points located on that road towards that side. So basically, this is showing the location of these various programs along the master plan. To zoom in into the market and village cluster, so as I had previously mentioned, there is a cooperative living happening here. And if we take the kind of traditional architectural setting in a village, we see these kind of clustered planning happening where there are these winding alleyways and there's no rigid like separation of land use. So the marketplace and the agricultural units, production units overlap with the housing, and how we want to keep this thing in our plan as well. So the cluster planning, we will be having home-based enterprises as well as fruit and vegetable markets located within the cooperative living, the hawkers and street vendors fine, and how the urban visitors who will be coming in, they'll be interacting with these systems and contributing to the village economy. Then, of course, there is the dairy cattle shed processing units and the walkthrough farms. And the Farmers Training Resource Center. Now, when we talk about cooperative living, one of the most important components is how do we keep these affordable for the villagers? As I previously mentioned, that these are landless poor villagers. So organized self-help housing is a solution to that problem. So to focus in to the people we will be serving, there is the family unit, or the people, the landless, the wageless laborers who are currently unemployed because the zamindars are actively selling their land, they're out of job, they don't have any land holdings. And the ones who do have very meager land holdings are being pressurized by the developers to sell their land. And then they have to look for employment in the city, for which they may or may not have the right skill set for. And there's a very little job security for them in these cities. A lot of times people have to live in very poor living conditions in the cities due to this migration. And the aged and the women have to stay back. So we need to have affordable housing on site in Karbat so these people are not a victim of this gentrification and they can continue to live on this land. So to that end, there was a lot of research in terms of what is the most affordable and the most context-sensitive solution we can provide. So incremental housing is one of those ideas that came forth, especially when in regards to studying the South Asian context. We can start off, there's this idea on a horizontal level, we can start off with our sanitary core and our courtyard, and the rooms can be built around it. And the courtyard can act as this lighting and ventilation well. And as well as for the multi-generational home, so the people on self-help basis, they can continue to add floors through vertical incremental growth. We will be using currently the indigenous building typology that's located on site. So people are familiar with building with brick and mortar. So we want to do capacity building on that end, as well as the material palette. One second, yes. So then we have the home-based enterprises. How the individual home can be retrofitted to meet the needs of each unique family and their unique business. So for instance, this is just an example of one of the designs that we came up with. So the storefront room can double up as a mezzanine. We can add a mezzanine. A single railing staircase can be added. We can increase the area productive area by making the rooftop accessible, where the drying units for pickling and fermentation purposes can be added. Then, of course, there can be the courtyard can be used as a food prep region. We can have a back access through which our raw materials can be brought into the kitchen, etc. So this is an example of that, how the home-based enterprise can function. This is showing basically that very idea in a render, how when we're walking through these alleyways and through our clustered planning unit, we can see these home-based enterprises and we can interact with them. This is an aerial view, which is showing the low-tech greenhouses and our agricultural center. Then, of course, there's the pedestrian spine, as I had previously mentioned, how the market, the HBEs and the hawkers, how they all interact. So there are these chance encounters happening through the winding alleyways of the clustered housing area. And previously, as I had said, there are these systems and how they're interacting with one another. So we have the Agricultural Resource Center on one end, the Agritech Center Lab, the viewing bridge through which we can view these different systems and their connection with one another. So how the visitors can come in and see the food that they are being provided for in the cities. They can see how it's being produced in this context. And then, of course, we want to do value addition of the agricultural products, so how the building itself can facilitate in that function. So this is showing our fruit and vegetable processing units on the west elevation end, which is accessible from Kirbat. And then, of course, the wetland area on the north end. And this is showing the connection from BRB Canal Road. This is a short video which I had prepared, which is a walkthrough through our entire project.
Our journey begins on the north end through the wetland and vegetation. We enter the marketplace where street vendors, hawkers, and home-based enterprises are located. The winding alleyways of the informal marketplace allow for chance encounters between villagers and visiting urban dwellers who bring in trade opportunities for the village entrepreneurs. Hydroponic farming towers and low-cost greenhouses contribute towards efficient use of agricultural resources. An agricultural resource center located at the south end of the site serves better connectivity with neighboring villages and for resource sharing plus capacity building of the farmers. Making our way across the Agritech Center's balconies, we can access the overhead bridge network, which connects the hydroponic tower with the milk processing unit, allowing visitors a chance to see the agri-food systems that serve our communities.
Okay, thank you. That was the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Anna, for going through the internet connectivity and everything and make it on time.
I apologize for that.
No, don't worry about it. There's nothing to apologize about. Judges, over to you guys for comments and questions.
Hi, Anna. I think it was a super effort, especially on a topic which is extremely tough to tackle, extremely ambitious to take on and fight the current conditions. And I like the way you did not impose a rigid gridiron pattern to this entire scheme. You let it go with the flow, and you've just altered and tweaked to give it a completely new dimension, which is very heartening to see. And I guess the initial slides on landscape also in your video added to the effect. As I said, that a lot more detailing needs to go into this, but a good effort. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brownie. The rest of the judges, do you guys have anything you'd like to ask or comment? No. Great.
Yeah, can I have a question?
Of course.
Yeah, I had like really the same. I had the same impression that having that kind of the layout of the like social housing buildings is really nice. It creates a very good like array for the people livings. But just I wanted to ask, what is there any how can I say, the logic to decide that building layout.
I'm sorry, I did not get the last part. Is there
any logic?
Any logic?
Logic, yes.
Yes. To what component?
Of that, the building layout.
The housing typology.
Housing layout.
Exactly. So basically, when it comes to low-income housing, there's a lot of work being done in our context, especially. So I looked at very specific case studies, especially in Pakistan. So there was the Khuda Ki Basti model as well, where basically the incremental housing model is very successful, and we are using local indigenous building material technologies and palette, which people are very familiar with, so they can construct it on self-help basis. And the reason we say self-help basis is because it's not very rigid. People can build to according to their own needs, according to their own kind of budgets as well. So a lot of times we have very unsuccessful low-income housing models, especially in my city, Lahore, where we claim it's low-income housing. However, it falls a victim to the speculative market because people are just using that as like a means to secure their commercial investments. So the reason I suggested self-help was because these people will build on their own terms. They will be provided for a plot, they'll be given the basic trunk infrastructure, and they will build with it. So this particular model works really well in our context. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kasuma. All right, I think that's all right. The rest of the judges, you don't have questions? Okay, Anna, well done. Congratulations, despite the hardship.
Okay.
Of internet connection. Thank you so much, Anna, for your time.
Thank
you, judges, for your valuable inputs. All right. Now, judges, like I mentioned, we are a bit ahead of schedule. So let me just check who's the next person. Okay, let me check because we're ahead of time. So our Farsi interpreter is not in yet. So I might let our Turkey finalists go up first. Let me just check. Jana, what should I do? What's your advice?
Yeah, if the other person's ready, let's go ahead, please. And then we will take up Iran.
All right, sure.
Brandon, we have our interpreter.
Finalist is Fatima Gholami from Guilan University of Iran. Her project is called Different Attitude, and her ID is 39 for those who need it. Hi, Fatima. Fatima, are you ready?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
All right.
Okay, I will show you.
Sure. Over to you.
Do you have my screen share?
Yeah. Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work. My name is Fatima Gholami, and with my teammate, we work on a project called The Different Attitude. What is empathy? Well, as we know, since the title of this competition was about empathy, this question for us is too important to know. So we asked ourselves, what's the meaning of this word? As an architecture student, we found this meaning, putting yourself in other shoes and realizing that person's situations. After that, we decided to look for a vulnerable group of society who needed the most empathy. This brought us to homeless people. And we wanted to provide some housing for these people and respond to their needs. By following the process, we found out just making home is not sufficient response for these people, and their people is beyond the place to live. But what is the response? These people are like a ghost of society and cannot be seen by anyone, and they are being excluded from society. Deliberately, they don't belong to any social groups. Furthermore, they have a low self-esteem and they have been excluded from society, damaged emotionally, and engaged in exclusive isolation. While actually they might be talented and capable people. Then we came up with this question: can architecture do something about it? And if it does, what is the impact? We use two strategies in this process. The first one is to create interaction in shared space. And the second strategy is to make them visible. Shared space are a space which cause to create events and various activities and create interaction between different classes of society. Our second strategy is about making an opportunity for homeless people so that people realize their talents and skills, then eliminated this being excluded. After that, in order to select the site, we started from our country, Iran, and with some research about these people. We realized what is better than starting from our own city. Our site is in Anzali in the north of Iran, Leafy Gilan province. In this city, we identified these people and their community who needed empathy. And as you can see, we found some of these people in this site. This site we chose, this is the site we chose. This site is one of the most important passages of city. We lead to Anzali's Lagoon. So it is tourist-oriented, and we analyze this site and acknowledge its unique potential, which can provide the opportunity to be seen and become visible. And there is a capacity we identify, and there is and for our first strategy, we identified the main plaza existing in this city. According to the access route to this site, we want to introduce new plaza, new public space for people. Afterwards, we wanted to generate a suitable atmosphere in this shared space for special events in Gilan and Iran, so that people can interact with each other and various typical events can happen, like local lands, villages ceremonies, local bazaar, and local sports. Thus, in this short video, I want to show you the Gilanian lifestyle and rich culture of Gilan, related to the north of Iran. After analyzing the architecture typology of Gilanian houses and Gilanian lifestyle, we try to utilize their potential, their various elements, until we reach to new form, which we name it Kume. In this phase, considering the typical professions exist in this district, we distributed these carriers in each Kume and create different activities when considering a Kume in the center of this complex, which is place for educating these people. After educating these people, they will be guided to each Kume where they have talents for. Next, in this process, after using typology of Gilanian houses and adding a space for talent, we used 3 layers of roads in our project. The first road is for convenience of homeless people's life, and the second road is for the tourists, and intersection of this road are the public place. Inside of each zone of second floor is residential, first floor is workshop, and pixel which come throughout the Kume is a place of showing their talent. And overall, this structure is so simple that can be built easily and has the capability of being expandable. Therefore, in this process of formation of Kume, we try to use the potential of Gilanian houses space and their semi-open spaces in this pattern, which most of the event happen in this space, which are called Gholamgard, Avon, Fakun, Teller. And in this process, we reach two kinds of Kume, the fixed Kume and the floating Kume, which can move. Of course, in these Kumes, we try that all the material be vernacular and cultivatable, so that they be independent and they provide this material by themselves for the Kume's construction. So that these are the interior section of each Kume with different activity, which has several jobs in it. We display the main space of Kume by the color of red, which we name it talent. And this is a general diagram of the whole event-oriented space, which in each section there are various activity and traditional events. And in addition to social sustainability, we try that our work be sustainable with environment. And this Kume be functionally independent and self-sufficient so that they can produce electricity. And in order to optimize the use of water, we call it rainwater and reuse grey water. The grey water is utilized in 4 steps to grow for the construction of Kume. And we try that this complex be independent and self-reliant. Eventually, we suggest this pattern, which has the capability of transforming into a gene and being expanded like a pattern. Well, as you can see, the structure which we introduce it has the capability of being expanded in our site in the city of Anzali, and also in Gilan, coastal region of Caspian Sea, and port cities of Iran. Eventually in the continent of Asia, and hopefully the whole world. And now these are the final picture of this project that you are observing. Hope you enjoyed my presentation.
Thank you, Fatima, for your presentation.
ممنون فاطمه بابت ارائه‌تون.
Please,
all right.
Not finished.
All right, Ravi, you unmuted, so I assume
it
you
is
like
hope
to go
that
first?
no homeless person be homeless anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fatima. Sorry, I interrupted. I thought you ended it already. No worries. Judges, Ravi, you have this super bright smile.
Yeah, brilliant presentation. I think you've captured it so well. Architecture is all about storytelling, and the way you've captured it, both verbally and pictorially, despite the language handicap. I think you've done a brilliant job while adhering to vernacular architecture localizing all your materials, and the end result, which is a extremely attractive form, makes you go and visit this place immediately. Looks very resortish more than anything else, but I think it's a wonderful effort. So, Sarah.
Thank you.
ارائه خیلی عالی داشتین و خیلی جذاب بود و ما رو جذب میکنه به اینکه بریم اون منطقه رو ببینیم، با توجه به اینکه کلا معماری مربوط به داستان گفتن هستش. خیلی کارتون عالی بود، خیلی توصیفای قشنگ کردید و کاملا مشخص بود که روش کار کردین با توجه به توانمندی هایی که محدودیت های زبانی که هست، ولی در کل خیلی کارتون عالی بود.
Thank you. Fellow judges, anything else you'd like to ask or add? On Homeless, Sumi, Paul, Kazuma, Nicholas. You guys are great. Okay, that's wonderful. All right, that's the case. Thank you, Fatima, for your time, and our interpreter for translating that poetic comment from Ravi. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Last but not least, we have first year joining us as a new region. We have Turkey. We have Simrui from Bilkent University with her project Utopos. And her project ID is 40 for my judges, 40. Let me just get her. Hi, Simrui. Judges, if you hear drilling, it's my neighbor, so apologies. Hi, Simrui. Simrui, can you try speaking?
Is she on?
Yes, she's on. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, there you are. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I suppose all of us got a little bit tired from all the architectural talk for all these hours. So let's give a short break to take a look at something else. We live in the age of excessive consumption. We constantly buy clothes either from need or desire. However, at some point, clothes become old or boring to us, so we get rid of them. Some choose to throw, yet there's a major shift to sell or donate them. I also choose to donate my clothes that no longer serve me, simply because drawing a smile on another person's face makes me very happy. Imagine a regular day. We wake up, wash our face, have breakfast or skip it, and eventually we open our closet to pick an outfit before we leave the house. Aren't we so lucky to see all those clothes? Well, some are not that lucky. Having a closet or wearing clothes are not their priority. There are people out there who seek a shelter to call home. Inspired by how abandoning clothes makes way to the second-hand market, I imagine a second-hand housing project for these people. My name is Simrui, and I will be presenting you my manifesto for the abandoned corners of the world. This map shows only a part of the abandoned settlements that have been recorded. Our planet has indeed countless of them. The surprising fact is that many are not included in protection plans, and they are destined to disappear. Even when governments notice them, the practical part of me finds it quite useless to protect just the exhibit. One of these locations, Krakow, is also an abandoned town, which once was a Roman Empire settlement.
which serve people. Based on my research, I understood that this place is one of the biggest abandoned settlements on Earth. The scale is so big that there are various level differences, and all the different parts of the site have different conditions. These different conditions, of course, require different approaches. Therefore, I deliberately took Krakow as a pilot study, a model which would offer options of solutions for the other abandoned settlements too. Such a scale, of course, requires a great deal of analysis. My early sketch indicates a guideline based on two important buildings, Norman Tower and Mother Church. This natural axis defines the main change of level, accordingly, the orientation of the ruins. If we have a closer look at the lands, we realize the different conditions. I sort them all in three categories by considering the deformation, the amount of decay of the existing walls. The first part has the best condition compared to the rest of the land. Here, most of the walls are standing still. Positioned at the right side of the axis, many units are facing southeast, turning their back to the other side of the axis, which gives a very favorable privacy. Also, with the help of level differences, the units are hidden behind the tower and the church. The second has a worse condition. Walls here are half damaged. However, they are positioned at the west end of the town. Being somewhat at the corner gives this area an easier access, with the main road right in front of it. The third is almost completely demolished. The appearance of the walls here are like shadows of their former self. Yet again, thanks to levels, what is left from the walls work as a transition between the two ends of the land. This natural zoning helped me to generate a series of strategies for particular functions. Alternative perspectives and ways of solving problems address particular users. Our first zone is reserved for local settlement. Two outputs of my analysis, orientation and the well-maintained walls, played an important role in this decision. There is only a necessary addition to the walls where needed. Their shape is completed with a roof to enclose a space, to make them habitable. A timber frame is supporting these stone units. Matching color provides a blend with the topography. Inside, glass partitions and again timber platforms are used partially to increase the spatial quality. Moving on with the second zone, we see a medium level of decay. To build over an existing site is pretty challenging, considering we don't want to damage them even further. So I just wanted the habitable spaces here to work independently from these walls. As a corresponding strategy, I use double columns to sandwich the ruins in between. While this simple solution prevents further decay, new floors are carried by the columns and cause no weight on the walls. Another significant element, a wired 3D mesh, is filling the gap between columns over the walls. This element has minimized weight, thanks to its porous thickness. It gives a nice shade, but doesn't block the view. It gives privacy, but doesn't isolate. And most importantly in plan, this translucent volume works like the projection of ruins and completes what is lost. For cladding within the living spaces, timber is recalled to be in tune with the colors of existing stone walls. After all, who are the defined users? I planned this zone to work as a visitor center, not only because of the outputs of my analysis, which were its position and accessibility, but also places like Krakow are the perfect tourist attractions. even from cyclist routes to movie scenes. I took this chance of commercial value for the growth of the economy. Repopulation of these kinds of places are not new. For instance, another town, Sungai Lembing in Malaysia, was almost deserted due to closure of a tin mine in 1986. It was revived in 2001 and has become a tourist destination since then. So this function can provide employment for my intended population from the beginning. Homeless people that I gave a local settlement can also contribute to and benefit from this economy. For the third and almost demolished zone, I took advantage of how it sits in the middle of the land. I visualize this part as a buffer zone to serve as a transition between the functions I previously mentioned. Since there are only the traces of the walls, I respond with the traces of my strategies. Here, I recalled only the double columns and wired 3D mesh. Throughout the project, I believe the use of repetition and the limited numbers of materials that are readily available in the market provide a low-cost and easy construction project. An extra would be the encouragement of the hydroponic agriculture, which can be easily integrated within the wired mesh. From my research, I understood that the problem against agriculture here is not in weather conditions, but in the soil. The name of these specific stones is kalanki, which roughly means badlands. But there is a significant amount of rain per year. So I set up a kind of experiment in order to both connect and separate the two ends of the site, to create an opportunity for different users to interact through the use of space. Last but not least, I suggest the connective element. A monumental bridge is my only proposal from scratch. There is a heavy influence from my own culture behind this decision. Although you might know our Grand Bazaar, we usually refer to bazaars for outdoor markets. In the past, this exact open area was also used as a square to gather or for trades. I wanted to bring this activity back. However, with the demolition of the surrounding houses, the current state became exposed to the main road. So I proposed a bridge that defines the space that stands in front of the road to give a semi-privacy of daily life from passers-by. Again, with the use of porous wired mesh, I imitated the neighbor walls of arches, a personal interpretation of the site. What is common in each strategy is that I avoided bold selections. On the contrary, I aimed to disappear as much as possible and reflect the environment. Imagine yourself in front of these views. Both in terms of materials, textures, and colors, nature has the most vivid of all, and I am here only to praise it. Just like prosthesis, all the elements I use are completing only the missing image of the site and preserve the natural flow. Same materials are adapted for different strategies, and it leads to a modular design where every other abandoned settlement can kind of select what serves them. With this revitalization, I believe that in future, next generations can experience not only the surviving walls, but also cultural development. I invite you all for a moment of silence. Let's hear places. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is a manifesto for all the ghost towns of the world. There is a reason why they are described with the word ghost. Without people, places lack soul. These places were already built once to inhabit people, but now they're about to be forgotten. On the other hand, from streets to war zones, there are forgotten people seeking solutions, either temporary or permanent. So why not bring together those who share the same fate? Solutions not always have to be in creations from scratch. Sometimes what already exists in front of our eyes can be the answer. Before the step of empathizing with my kind, humanity, I empathize with the soil, the protagonist of my story. If we listen carefully to the land itself, we see what it has to offer us. My goal is to test the great potential of both preserving the past and planning the future, to revive the soul of a forgotten place with people, and to give people a place back that once belonged to them. As a closing remark, I rethink the second-hand market. Just like clothes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. In an architectural context, we experience it even when we rent apartments. So here I am focusing not on the trade, but the donation idea, just to draw more smiles on more people's faces. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Simray, and thank you for understanding for the long day for our judges, but you make it exciting nevertheless, I'm sure. Judges, over to you guys for comments and questions.
I think you guys have saved the last for the best. I was very happy with what I saw, Simray. And personally, I love any effort towards conservation. People are on the path of, and I think you started off by saying excess consumption. But this is something which is brilliant, where you've chosen the path of conservation and also introduce a design thread from one space to the other. Of course, design is relative. People will comment. One man's meat is another man's poison. In terms of the ultimate look and feel, I know you have chosen the path of minimalism, which is what even I would have done to showcase what was existing before. And finally, I think this question was answered in the last bit, but I'd like to ask you once again, the empathy component in this. Is it through jogging everyone's memory and connecting them to the past? Is that the way you've chosen to showcase empathy? That was the only question.
Actually, I want to bring like different socioeconomic classes together, like of course through the traces of the past. But the main idea here was since there are lots of different functions, there's gonna be like lots of different peoples from different worlds, let's say. So the only way to inhabit them together, I believe, is through the like belief in empathy.
I agree with Ravi. I think I can see there's a wow factor in your proposal, in the ideation of how you come up with this project. I think what really attractive to me, that how maybe I've not been to that part of the world, that how actually people living in the traditional way, in the natural form, and then people move on, but now you try to recover those forgotten settlement village, and try to bring people back to this. And this is what the traditional way that human settlement, maybe the earlier settlement in that area in your country. I think it's an amazing job, amazing project. And the way that you marry the marriage of the modular system, modern system with the natural built environment, I think that is very interesting. Well done.
Thank you, Ravi. The rest of our judges, do you guys have anything to add on? Right. If there's nothing, then thank you, Simray, again for your time.
Thank you all for your comments. I appreciate it all. Thank you for your time again also. So
Thank
Thanks,
you. All
everyone.
right, I'll see you
Thank you.
soon. All right, take care. Bye. So judges, judges and audience, it has been a long but productive day for our finalists and the judges. Thank you, judges, again. Can never thank you guys enough for your efforts. And our finalists for the architectural category, you can finally take a breathe and relax. The pressure is on the interior design category tomorrow. So I'll see everyone at the award ceremony on the 7th of July, 5 p.m. Singapore time. Whether you're joining us online or whether you're joining us in person, I hope to see everyone there. And for those who are watching us since the morning, thank you so much as well for your efforts, and I'll see you guys. Goodbye. Judges, please don't go. I need you to stay on for the deliberation. Our job is not done yet. So yeah. So goodbye. Tech team, you can push in the video for our YouTube live. And then judges, let's go into the exciting part. Wait, let me make sure.